Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. As we begin our meeting today and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. I'll now ask the committee coordinator to do a quick roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Ici.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Giroux.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes from the meetings on the 6th of November. There's 3 different groups of minutes there. Are those confirmed? Thank you. I'll note the response to the inquiry on the Ottawa Bicentennial celebration. So I'm going to propose that for the agenda today, we move through and do a consent agenda. Then we do the items that are not the budget that involve presentations, and then do the budget last so that we can free staff and others who are not connected to the budget to go. So we will hold the budget, item 5.1, obviously. On item 6.1, corporate equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging framework.
Please hold.
Hold, okay. Item 7.1 is the ward boundary review. Is that carried? Item 8.1, there is a presentation on that, so we'll hold that. Item 8.2 is the acquisition of property for Riverside South Recreation Complex and District Park. Is that carried? Item 8.3 is the acquisition of property at on Ferry Road, and I know Councillor Kelly wants to speak to that, so we'll hold that. 8.4 is the application for approval to expropriate lands for Bank Street Renewal Phase 1. Is that carried? Item 8.5, there's a presentation, so we'll come back to that. Okay, so let's go back to item 6.1 then, corporate equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging framework. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to briefly speak about the City of Ottawa's new corporate equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging framework. This integrated approach represents a significant step forward in our commitment to building a more equitable Ottawa. As Council Liaison for Anti-Racism and Ethnocultural Relations Initiatives, I'm particularly encouraged by how this framework will streamline the city's existing equity strategies while maintaining their distinct priorities. The framework's emphasis on reducing duplication and addressing gaps will allow us to respond more effectively to community needs. I want to highlight some concrete achievements that demonstrate our progress. The launch of Ottawa's first Black-led youth financial literacy program in 2024, which successfully graduated 120 participants, shows how targeted initiatives can make a real difference in our communities. The planned expansion to serve Black adults in 2025 reflects our commitment to building on successful programs. Looking ahead, the proposed $150,000 investment in a community co-development given the concerning rise of racist hate crimes. This initiative exemplifies our commitment to working directly with communities to create meaningful change. The framework's success will depend on accountability and community engagement. I'm pleased to see the establishment of a new departmental working group that will bring together staff and residents to guide our equity strategies. Regular public engagement sessions will ensure that equity-denied groups have direct access to decision makers. This framework reinforces Ottawa's position as a leader in equity-focused municipal governance. More importantly, it strengthens our ability to create a city where every resident feels valued and supported by equitable services. I look forward to the continued input of residents who contributed to the creation of these strategies. And I'd like to thank my colleagues, the mayor, as well as the council liaison for women, gender equity. And I would like to thank staff for their hard work towards advancing an equity framework. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge our collective commitment to making more investments in the future to ensure our city is more equitable for all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King, and thank you for all your leadership on this and for your hard work and collaboration as well. Appreciate it. Is the item carried?
Dissent, Mr. Mayor.
Also dissent.
Okay. Item 8.1, the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan, approval of applications. Pardon? Approval of applications for tax increment equivalent grants. I know we have a presentation from staff on that. Good morning.
I'll start right into it then. The new Affordable Housing CIP program was approved by this committee and council earlier this year in April, and subsequently you would have seen some amendments to the plan and the bylaw in October. So the report that's before you today is seeking approval of the first 6 applications under this new CIP program. Each application exceeds $2 million in tax increment equivalent grants over the 20-year term of the CIP agreement, which exceeds staff's delegated authority. Next slide, please. I'm all messed up. So as background, the Affordable Housing CIP is an incentive-based program to design market rent units to $8,000 per year for units that are delivered below 80%. The TEAG is reimbursed to the owner after the development is complete. It has been reassessed by MPAC, and the taxes have been paid in full. So we're not at that point yet. And to remind you that the TEAGs are maxed out at 50% of the post-development tax uplift. The recommendations then are to approve the applications submitted by Dream at LeBreton Flats, and there are 5 applications submitted by Claridge Homes. Next slide, please. The eligibility, the 6 applications meet these eligibility requirements of the CIP program. That is, they're all purpose-built rentals. They're apartment units, and they're ranging from bachelor units up to 3-bedroom units. These are all by private market developers, though the program is open to nonprofit providers. They are meeting the minimum provision of 15% of the total units within each development. In fact, they're exceeding slightly. The level of affordability, Dream is offering their affordable units at 80% of AMR, and Claridge is offering all of theirs at AMR, average market rent, all for a 20-year period. Next slide, please. The units are modest in size relative to industry standards. In terms of the program, tenants of the affordable units are provided the same access to amenities as the market units in the same development. Available units are dispersed throughout the building. They're not just on one floor or the ground floor, they're throughout the building. The application window for the program is after building permit issuance, so that we have an understanding of the unit breakdown, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom, as well as before occupancy permit, so that the rents can be established as affordable prior to rent up. Next slide. This is just to give you an indication of the location of the 6 projects, 5 by Claridge, and then the one on Albert Street, number 4, that's Dream at Le Breton. Next slide, please. So the 6 Teague applications, they consist of a total of 2,044 rental units. 20% of those are proposed to be affordable, up to 20%. So that would be 415 units. And you can see there's a breakdown there, 21 studios, mostly 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, and then 8 3-bedroom units. The Teagues will be provided to the affordable units for 20 years for all of the applications, with the exception of Claridge at 317 Lett Street. In that case, that development had a pre-existing Section 37 obligation to provide 20 units for 10 years. 20 units as affordable for 10 years. So they're allowed to use that as meeting the 15% threshold. But what they have requested and what staff are recommending is that those 20 units remain affordable for the last 10 years and be eligible for a Teague for that period. Next slide, please. In terms of the value of the tax rebates resulting from the applications, Dream at Le Breton would receive $7,000 per unit for up to 118 units, and the remaining 5 applications by Claridge would receive $6,000 per unit for delivering average market rents for up to 297 units. And we're saying up to because we don't know what the final tax will be assessed at. It has to be at post-development. So there would be adjustments made possibly once we have the actual tax assessment. So for now, we're assuming or estimating 2.6 million annual Teague being refunded to the developers. That wouldn't all occur next year. We would the completions are phased over the next several years, and maximum total over the 20-year term for these projects would be about $51 million. Next slide, please. So just in terms of next steps, we would finalize agreements, assuming council approves the applications. But the grants are only payable, as I said, after the CIP requirements are met, and that is that the project is complete, occupancy permits are issued, the property has been reassessed by MPAC, new property taxes have been paid in full, and confirmation that the units have been provided in accordance with the agreements. And then once the program is running, once the units are offered, we would be doing annual monitoring, checking the rent rolls to ensure the units are maintained as affordable for the 20-year term. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. You see the same builder each time here. And I think they must have recognized that this is quite a good deal. I'm wondering if staff actually do the math and figure out, given that developers now have the GST reduction, HST reduction, plus this Teague CIP, what their pro forma actually looks like for the return on investment after a year? Do we actually see how much per unit they're actually spending after they get all of these benefits?
Unfortunately, market developers do not share their pro formas, so we don't have visibility to their construction costs. But clearly, Mr. Malhotra finds that this program would work. But there are certainly many more developments underway, and we've heard from other developers who have told us that they cannot make the pro formas work with this program.
Interesting. I mean, as I was just saying to Councillor Gower, I mean, the property tax uplift is significant for us. I understand, and we've had this discussion many times at this table, why we would offer such a thing. It's just that I think it would be in the city's best interest to actually look at what the mayor said back in the day, that wouldn't they build anyways? You know, regardless of this, I think it would be important for city staff to actually have their own Excel spreadsheet, their own pro forma, to get a real understanding of what the costs and the profits are on these buildings, just so that we understand the benefits. It's clear that they see this as a great offer, but it would be better if the city could actually see it all themselves and not have to wonder what their pro forma looks like, what their return on investment actually is. In my opinion, I think we should be able to do that by now. But anyways, you know, I'll vote for this, but I think this is the deal of the century.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add. So there are two controls that we do have in place that I just want to highlight for council committee's awareness. One is we do look at the total rent reduction that is being offered by the developer and compare that to the value of the TEAG. And we want to ensure, obviously, that the social value or the reduction of rent is greater than the grant that is being provided. So that's control one. The second control that we do is when we come to the point of entering into the agreement, prior to signing the agreement, we require the developers to provide evidence that the CIP-T grant is required in order to provide that depth and level of affordability. And we'll take your comments into consideration as we look for further enhancements.
Thank you for that. I mean, the is required for them what? To make a certain level of profit, like is required, otherwise they wouldn't build?
Otherwise, they would not include the affordable units. So we recognize that private sector is in the business of making a return. So we want to ensure that the return is just a reasonable return. It's not inflated. And so it's looking at what is the level of incentive that is required to actually get the units to the market.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Menard?
Thanks very much. Mayor, just picking up off of Councillor Curry's comments, can you just remind me what our cap is on the program of the total amount of municipal funds that we can invest either annually or over a period of time for this program? I know there was a cap on other tax grants. Is there a cap on this one?
Mr. Mayor, the cap is 50% of the tax uplift between what the property is assessed at prior to development and what it's reassessed at post-development. So 50% of that uplift.
No, I'm
City
aware of
keeps
that.
half
With the,
and-
yeah, sorry, just I'm aware of the annual grants between 6,000 to 8,000 per unit or 50% of the incremental increase in municipal portion of property taxes, whichever is less for a period of 20 years. But I'm wondering on the total amount of municipal, because it's $50 million. So on the total amount of municipal investment, is there a total cap?
Mr. Mayor, we have not set a total cap, but the program is being run as a pilot. Remember, it was a Housing Accelerator Fund initiative. It's being run as a pilot to be reviewed at the end of 2026 or sooner if committee deems necessary.
No, I think that review is important, and I don't want to misconstrue comments because I'm very content with the work of Ms. Stewart, Ms. Reeves, Ms. Wildman. You do fantastic work, and especially on the other portions of the Housing Accelerator Fund. My issue with this one has always been, is this money better spent elsewhere? So, you know, housing that can be, you know, purchased by OCH or can be utilized for not-for-profit partners. I know they're able to apply, but we're not seeing them apply. All of the applications except for one, Mayor, the only non-Claridge one, offer units in the 91 to 100% average market range. The one that is not Claridge offers units in the 81 to 90% range. It's just worth noting that 91 to 100% of average market rent still isn't affordable these days. And so for me, it's not a worthwhile investment to make it profitable for-profit corporations to provide a slightly lower rent for a limited term. It's $50 million is a lot of money. Residents aren't getting that tax break. We should really not be worrying about how to make affordable housing, you know, a profitable investment. We should be investing in real long-term solutions that take profit out of the equation. There's other housing accelerator funds areas that I think could use this fund. We are approving $50 million in subsidies to for-profit developers today, about 35 million of which is to one developer in particular, that's Claridge Homes, when our capital budget for actual affordable housing is only 22 million. That's our annual capital budget, but we're doing 50 million today over time. I don't think we should be approving 35 million in tax grants to build market affordable housing, quasi-affordable housing that will only be temporary. The regular tax and rent payers in Ottawa, and I've surveyed thousands of them, they don't agree with backfilling these tax payments for these boosted projects when they have a choice in it. They say they don't want this money going there over and over again in the election and then afterwards when we talk about it. So you know, the kind of trickle down market solutions to what is itself a market failure, instead of giving tax dollars away for profited, motivated corporations, we should use them to invest directly in the things that we need. And to me, that is public housing, not-for-profit housing, housing that will last longer than that 20-year period, and that is actually deeply affordable. This is not deeply affordable. So you know, again, I know staff are carrying out the mandate there, but I hope in the review that comes in a couple of years that we look back on these things and start to put them into more co-op housing, not-for-profit housing. That's what will make a difference here, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, counterpoint to that would be we haven't been building many affordable apartments in the last 25 years. We, the nonprofit sector or the for-profit sector, a generation where in large part governments got out of building affordable homes. There are not a lot of private builders, including any affordability right now. In the most recent housing report that we have, our housing dashboard, there were just 336 building permits issued for not-for-profit homes. I think it's safe to say 336 is probably about the number of affordable units that are being built, that building permits were issued for in Ottawa. That's not a very high number. We need to catch up both on nonprofit builds and on incentivizing for-profit builders to include more affordable units. And I think this program, in a very short time frame, about 6 months since we first approved it, has 415 applications already. And so they're renting at average market rent, and the rent increase year over year is limited to the provincial guidelines. So that's another level of affordability protection that no other new apartments being built in this city has. So I think this is a necessary program right now. I don't think it's something that goes on forever and ever. I think it's probably 3 to 5 years, and we assess it and see where the market's at. See if our waiting list for affordable housing has gone down at all. It's closing in on 14,000 people right now. So I think the opportunity to create 415 new affordable units is significant and important. And I hope we see more in the coming months that are from the private sector applying to do this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My number one concern is the time limit on it, because it's 20 years. We don't build affordable housing for just 20 years. If you look at Ottawa community housing, the reason that we're falling behind is because we haven't built it so long, and that's because we didn't get the federal and provincial money to do that for decades. We need long-term, and 20 years sounds like a lot, but it isn't. And I think that's what we have to think about in terms of investment for affordable housing. And as already been said, this is not deeply affordable. This is CMHC definition affordable. I understand we need balance. We need affordable of all kind, but just in terms of our emphasis, we need to put more emphasis on nonprofit affordable housing in future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Okay, is the item carried?
Mayor, I'll
then?
just ask,
Oh.
I want to dissent on this, just to register my dissent
Okay,
on the item.
is the item carried? Okay, with Councillor Menard's dissent. Okay, moving to item 8.3, which is the acquisition of property at 5689 Ferry Road. And I know, Councillor Kelly, you wanted to speak to that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank you and my colleagues for indulging me today, as this is not a committee that I sit on, and I don't often attend committees that I don't sit on, but this particular acquisition caught my attention in the wrong way. I do support the goals of no net loss, tree planting, protecting wetlands. But the first thing that bothered me about this was there was an attempt to undertake this acquisition on delegated authority. Even though it exceeded the amount that they had the ability to do that with. And for background, this was in my ward and I was asked to provide comments. So that's the only real reason that I know this was happening. And in follow-up conversations to staff, it was clear to me that this particular acquisition may have ticked boxes, but I don't believe it achieves any real goals for our city. The other thing that stood out for me was the rationale for the purchase, essentially being that the money had been set aside for the acquisition. Now, I think a good analogy to describe this would be any homeowner deciding to spend their money on landscaping while their roof was caving in, simply because we had the money put aside for landscaping. I firmly believe that one of our most important roles as elected officials is to scrutinize the spending of taxpayer dollars. And given the budget we are about to debate and the increase in tax rate that we haven't seen for many years in the city of Ottawa and the pressures that we face, I take that role very seriously. And I'm here to make the argument that the current location and zoning for this property are more than sufficient to maintain the natural heritage and linkage areas that exist on the property. A quick scan of Geo Ottawa for Ward 5 or rural Ottawa will show that these features are in no way unique to this property, which is approximately 30 kilometers from the urban boundary and not in danger of being acquired for development that would hurt these features. If this was a property that abutted the urban boundary, I would support it in a heartbeat because that is land that absolutely needs to be protected. I do have a few questions for staff. Would it be Dr. Stowe that I would be directing these to?
Mr. Mayor, I think that would depend upon the question.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to know what exactly the plan is for this property. When should we acquire it? And I ask because it was not clear during conversations that we had leading up to this what the plan was. I heard maybe we'll keep the structures, maybe we'll demolish them, maybe we will continue agricultural use of the property, and maybe we won't. Cost could change depending on the plan, and I would expect that when we're about to spend over $2 million, we would know exactly what we're going to do and how much it will cost. So what exactly is the plan with the property?
Mr. Mayor, the first step for long-term management of the property will be to work on management objectives and a management plan. And that could depend a lot on whether or not we have partners. We have 4 potential partners who could work on with us on long-term management. The priority, of course, will be conservation of the natural values on the property. So the property has mature woodland. It has 800 meters of undeveloped shoreline. It has opportunities for wetland restoration, for tree planting that would improve that natural heritage function that the property has. Those would be the first priorities. Beyond that, there may be other values that we want to consider in a management plan. The property, because of its location, likely has high potential for archaeological sites, indigenous archaeological sites. It may have some heritage values. There is an original settler cabin on the property. And one of the options for management may be to maintain some of the agricultural functions on the property. Sorry, my mic went out. Pasture land does provide habitat for some both specialized species and species at risk. So we would identify potential partners. We would work with those partners which could include the Algonquins, to develop a management plan for the property, and then we would implement that plan.
So is it safe to say that there isn't really a plan? There's some ideas?
Mr. Mayor, no, I would say I would not characterize my comments that way. We do have a plan. We know that there are natural heritage features on that property that need to be preserved. We know that there are areas that we can restore for addressing our official plan no net loss policies. There are still some open questions about what we may do on portions of the property, and that's what we would settle through a management plan.
Still sounds a bit wishy-washy to me, but Dr. Stone, an email from you on November 4th, you outlined the official policy 11.6 subsection 5 under which you were planning to acquire the property. Part A is as follows: for lands with natural heritage significance by implementing alternative methods such as exchanging lands for similar value, negotiating conservation easements, entering into agreements with other public bodies. And B is initiating the purchase of lands where acquisition of the land is critical to achievement of the plan's objectives. Would you say that section B here is more pertinent to this particular case in that it outlines the guidelines for purchasing property?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, could you clarify which part was B again?
B is initiating the purchase of lands where acquisition of the land is critical to achievement of this plan's objectives.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is the policy that we are applying, or one of the policies that we are applying in this case. So
just a follow-up question on that, because I think wording here is really important, because this says that the purchase of the acquisition of the land is critical to the achievement of this plan's objectives. And I'll go back to my reference of a quick Geo-Ottawa scan around this area, and then I would see that and I would invite all of my colleagues to look at this or go see Geo-Ottawa. There are many areas in the surrounding area of this property that shows linkages and natural heritage areas, so it doesn't seem unique to me, this particular property. Are you 100% sure that this acquisition is critical for the reaching of the goals of our city in terms of preserving wetland and no net loss? Is it critical? If we didn't purchase this property, we wouldn't achieve those goals?
Mr. Mayor, I need to frame my answer in the context of cumulative impacts and provincial policy. So the provincial planning statement requires...
But we're not talking about cumulative impacts here. We're talking about the purchase of one particular property. And you're using section B to initiate the purchase.
Councillor Kelly, can we just let him finish his answer first? We don't want it to turn into a debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the provincial planning statement requires municipalities to identify a natural heritage system, to protect it for the long term, and says that municipalities should attempt to enhance and improve that natural heritage system over time. Our official plan implements that policy through identification of a natural heritage system of core natural areas and natural linkages following provincial guidance. We also have an official plan policy that speaks to the no net loss of forests and wetlands in the rural area. When we implement those policies, we're working within a framework of cumulative impacts. The impacts on our natural heritage system are cumulative. They occur one small decision at a time. The enhancement and improvement of our natural heritage system needs to occur one small decision at a time. Similarly, our no net loss policies. If we want to maintain and grow our forests, those decisions occurs one small decision at a time. So those small decisions are critical. Picking one property over another is a matter of prioritization. And this property, when we assessed it, addressed all of our priorities for locating and choosing those properties that we think will help us in enhancing our natural heritage system, not least of which is that the property was available to us. It was for sale, unlike many of the other properties out there, which are in private ownership. This is entirely it's a voluntary process we go through.
But is the purchase of this property critical in meeting those goals?
I can only refer back to my comments I just made, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time, Dr. Stowe. Thank you, Mayor, for the time, and for my colleagues. I am very sure of this one, that there are no unique aspects to this property when it comes to preservation, that if this was near the urban boundary, I would support it in a heartbeat, because that is the land that needs to be protected, not land that is 30 kilometers from the urban boundary that is not unique. In a year where we're raising taxes higher than we have in many years, with budget pressures, we're spending $2 million on land that we do not need to spend to protect it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the staff report and the local councillors' comments. Very important for someone like me who has not been engaged on this matter. I just want to confirm that this is a willing transaction between two parties. I do believe the staff report seems to indicate there's an agreement between the city and the landowner. Is that the case, that they're a willing partner in this negotiation?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Brockington, yes. This has been a 6-month negotiation process. The property was listed significantly higher. We have an agreement with them subject to council's approval.
Okay, thank you. So if these lands are as valuable and in the public interest to retain as staff believe, what other options are available to the city other than buying the land?
At present, the only tools that we have at our disposal for conserving this property is the Natural Heritage System overlay, which essentially says that any development proposed for that property must be consistent with the current character and ecological functions. So that would only apply in the event of a planning act application. We do not at the moment have any other tools that would allow us, for example, to regulate vegetation removal on the property or changes outside the Planning Act process.
In River Ward, we have pockets of wooded area that are zoned environmentally protected, EP. There is shoreline woods, virgin woods along the Rideau River near the Hunt Club Bridge. Some trees, there's some trees in there that are about 200 years old. And Carlington Woods we, as part of the OP, designated the entire area environmentally protected. Are there not ways to be proactive and rezone this land in question that would prohibit development, prohibit trees from coming down? We amend the zoning classification, but to the local councillor's point, we don't spend $2 million to do that. Is that not an option?
Mr. Mayor, when we brought forward the policies for the Natural Heritage System, we brought them forward as an overlay designation, which is the approach that the province generally recommends for natural heritage systems. That leaves the underlying land use and zoning in place so that property owners can continue to make use of the property as they always have done. If we were to change the land use designation and the zoning on this property to something more restrictive, that would naturally, would likely infringe on the uses that the property owner could put that property to, which the city has already established. And then it would also raise the question, I believe, do we then apply that EP zone to all of our natural heritage system, which covers about 30% of the city?
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate our colleague bringing his concerns to the table. That's all for me at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. In terms of the natural heritage system area, I assume then there are lands all over the rural area
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the natural heritage system overlay does apply to areas throughout the city. It consists of core natural areas that apply to our larger natural landscapes, such as the Carp Hills, the Marlborough Forest, the Cumberland Forest, and then it also applies to linkage areas which have a mix of land uses, but which provide both natural landscape connectivity between those core areas, which is important for the resiliency of the whole system.
Okay, so the ward councillor raised an interesting point, which is whether or not there should be priority in acquisitions close to the urban boundary. Is there anything in our policies that that would support that kind of prioritization?
Mr. Mayor, we have policies that do apply to the urban boundary. So for with the area immediately around the urban boundary that provide a higher level of protection. So the site alteration bylaw applies within a 1 kilometer boundary of the within 1 kilometer of the urban boundary and provides some protection for natural vegetation there. We have our tree protection bylaw, which applies to urban expansion areas and candidate urban expansion areas, and that does provide some additional protection in those areas. The natural heritage system policies and of the province and in our official plan look at the broader landscape of the city and identify those areas that are important for long-term maintenance of biodiversity, for protection of water resources, which is one of the priorities in the provincial policy, for providing resilience against climate change. Many of these areas are important for minimization of flooding, reduction of flooding. Those are values that occur across the landscape and not necessarily within 1 kilometer of the urban boundary. And those are the values that the natural heritage system policies are intended to protect for the long term.
Okay, and I think what I heard before is, so there's 60% of this land is forested lands. And acquiring this property would allow the city to ensure that those forested lands are protected and could be enhanced through tree planting on the adjacent lands.
Mr. Mayor, there are a number of values on this property. There is mature forest. It is a 60% seems about right. I haven't done the measurement, about 60%. There are areas of the property that can also be enhanced. There is a natural spring on the property and a creek that is currently accessible to cattle. There's the opportunity to improve those to create some wetland habitat there. And there is 800 meters of Ottawa River shoreline that is important for its biodiversity functions. So there are a number of important values on here that we would be seeking to protect and enhance.
And are there comparable properties the city owns in the rural area? Like this is 223 acres. I'm in context, I'm not sure if that would be large for the type of rural properties that are publicly owned, or I'm looking for some context as to how unique this might be, or if there's other examples of where we've purchased large pieces of land for conservation in the rural areas.
Mr. Mayor, the city has both inherited and purchased some very large rural properties. So we own about 10,000 hectares of property in the rural area. Most of that is in core natural areas. So the Marlborough Forest and the Carp Hills are the best examples. Where we tend to have lesser ownership is in those linkage areas that connect those core natural areas. Those tend to be more vulnerable areas. There's little threat that we're ever going to see development in the heart of the Carp Hills, but we could see land use changes and development in some of those linkage areas, and that's what we're trying to address with this particular property. It has a very strong linkage function in addition to its inherent natural heritage values.
Okay, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. Dr. Stowe, who's better placed to preserve natural heritage systems? Conservation authorities or the municipality? Like, wouldn't the conservation authority, who are often the recipient of provincial and federal grants, be better placed to do this work rather than saddle property taxes with the taxpayers with a $2 million bill when we're in the midst of a housing crisis, have crumbling infrastructure, an unreliable transit system, and hundreds of people lying in the street and overdosing every day?
Mr. Mayor, the conservation authorities do carry out land conservation. Their powers have been a little more restricted under new provincial regulations. We do partner with conservation authorities on the conservation and stewardship of some properties, and we're pursuing some of those opportunities right now. But the municipality is uniquely situated to implement the provincial policies for protection and enhancement of a natural heritage system, which is a responsibility that is put upon us by the province.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. I understand that the environment is your area of expertise, and no one questions that, and you do a wonderful job. But our job here at the council's table is to set priorities, and I don't believe that spending $2 million on some beautiful rural countryside at this time, 30 kilometers outside of the core, addresses the very real human suffering that we're seeing in this city right now. So I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor DeRuz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to a little bit ask similar questions on the same line of Councillor Luloff. Like we do have the CAs have land acquisition program, and they've been very active, and they could offer tax receipts and many other method to be able to buy those land. They even get a grant from the city. This one's going to lay 100% on the city of Ottawa, which is we pay right now 90% of the levy for Mississippi comes from the city of Ottawa anyway. So if there is a program, we can work with them and take it in with them, and maybe they could apply through grant through the different level of government, and making sure they can give some half of it as a tax receipt. Wouldn't be this is something better? And if did you ever staff looked at that option?
Mr. Mayor, we do look at those options, and we attempt to use the best approach for each case. So we are currently pursuing opportunities for stewardship on properties that conservation authorities have recently acquired. Those were acquisitions that they made, sometimes using federal funds, that have taken quite a while. We also have cases where we need to be able to respond very quickly. So one of the city policies is that we must be, under certain circumstances, the city is required to acquire land, certain environmental lands from property owners at their request. We need to be able to respond very quickly to those circumstances. We also need to be able to respond quickly where a high priority property comes onto the market for sale, and if we don't have the funds available to respond and make an offer on that property, the opportunity will likely be lost to us, and that has happened in the past. So we tailor our approach to the circumstances of the particular property. In this case, we have a property that has been listed for some time. The asking price was one we considered as a reasonable starting point, and the most expeditious and we thought effective approach in this case would be to seek acquisition of the property.
Thank you for the answer. Probably my question will be to real estate. Like right now, we do have a policy that staff, I think 2-3 terms ago, we've done. We need to sell some of the land if we're not using them, and to expose them and to sell them. how many property we have in the meantime working on to sell some of the city property that we own that we don't use?
Mr. Mayor, we routinely each year scour our property inventory. I don't know the exact number of properties that we have available today. Some we hold for housing, some we hold for other types of development, but we can get back to the councillor with that number.
I appreciate it. My other point, Mr. Mayor, like we are really looking for saving in this budget. We keep talking about I am not against buying the land, but we're setting a precedence here. How many other lands similar, like Councillor Gower brought up, are we gonna be seeing in rural area coming up for sale? Are we gonna buy them all? So like really, I'm not seeing the benefit of us buying that land at this time. So for that, I probably won't support that. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower, Councillor DeRuse, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The natural area acquisition fund, can it be used anywhere in the city or just in the rural area?
Mr. Mayor, the budget from which we're drawing these funds is the Rural Environmental Acquisition Fund. We have a small budget for acquisition of urban lands that we're slowly working our way through, but we have not been asking for any addition to the urban acquisition budget because under the policies of the new official plan, any natural heritage properties should be conveyed to the city as part of the planning process. So this particular budget is it's a capital budget and it's specifically allocated to rural lands.
Okay, so if there was a natural feature within the urban boundary, these funds could not be used. And the reason I bring that up is because you'll remember the Nonce Woods, which was a beloved forested area slated for development. And at the time I was told there's no money to put towards acquiring this. We got crafty. We negotiated a land swap, but I feel as though funds should be used to protect these areas which are really about to be developed, instead of something that is quite likely protected for years and years to come.
Mr. Mayor, the policies that govern the protection and conveyance of environmental lands within the urban boundary have evolved in the city's last two official plans. And so that's the context in which we now look at protection of environmental land in the urban area. So the urban expansion areas, for example, the policies for future neighborhoods say that any natural heritage feature must be conveyed to the city for $1. Within other areas of the urban boundary, we did have the urban natural areas program operating for many years. That program was funded by council. It identified it was 13 to 15 urban natural features that the city was seeking to protect for the long term. We carried out that program. We used the resources that were provided to us by council, in addition to things like land swaps, to acquire certain properties. Within that, some of them we were unsuccessful, but many of them we were. Nantes Woods was one of those properties that fell within that program. Part of it was acquired directly by the city through purchase, and another portion was acquired, as the councillors pointed out, more recently through a land swap that the councillor was critical in facilitating.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Sorry, my screen went funny on me. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I'm on the board for the RVCA, so I see them purchasing land. Often, actually, they get donated land that's gifted to them, and of course they hang on to it because wetlands are incredibly important, and they are striving to make sure that we have those wetlands because it's vital to the water system, the whole network. I just want to know, was there any consultation with RVCA on a purchase like this?
Mr. Mayor, on purchases like this, we do consult with conservation authorities. They are one of our potential partners for long-term stewardship of these properties. Morris Island, for example, is a city-owned property that is managed for us by the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority. We did not consult with the RVCA on this one, but we have spoken with Mississippi Valley because it falls within their jurisdiction.
Right. I'm just familiar with the process. In the report, it talks about possible passive recreation. What exactly does that mean for this property?
Mr. Mayor, the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority has recently brought forward new guidelines for its ownership and protection of properties and recreational properties. They have identified this area of the city as an area that, in their opinion, is in need of more recreational opportunities, passive recreational opportunities such as hiking trails, interpretive trails. And that is one of the options that we will be exploring when we are looking at a management plan for this property.
So it could be something like the Carp Hills, where there's trails there. I just went there a few weeks ago. It's a lovely spot.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it could be something similar to the Carp Hills, where we have two very well used and appreciated nature trails, the Crazy Horse Trail and the Carp Barrens Trail, or it could be something a little more formal like we have at Morris Island, but that would be determined through work on a management plan for the property.
Okay, well, if that's possible, and I was going to ask, is that because it's waterfront, is that possible? It'll be also for kayaking and canoeing, like water access.
Mr. Mayor, we haven't gotten into those kinds of details yet, but certainly water access would be one possibility, recognizing that conservation of that undeveloped shoreline along the Ottawa River is one of our conservation priorities. Nonetheless, a low impact access to the Ottawa River would certainly be one of the things we could look at.
Well, thank you. I see this as a bonus, frankly. When I've gone up for hiking trails and seen these things in other areas, I certainly make good use of it, and I think it's a bonus for the city. And I think the price tag is very good. I'm not on your committee right now, but when it comes to council, I'll be supporting it because I think it actually has potential for the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I mean, we have this program, we have the funds, and I think it's important that we let staff describe or recommend to us how those funds should be used. But was there another purchaser involved, or did we get into a bidding war at all?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Leeper, no. The property has been up for sale. We dealt with the real estate agent. We had the property appraised. We had a good idea of what the value was, and we purchased it at less than the asking price. So we deemed it was a good value and recommended that Mr. Stowe continue with his process.
Okay. By policy, with respect to the rural environmental acquisition program, are we restricted to paying no more than market? I know that's a parklands problem, parklands issue we have.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are governed by the city's property acquisition policies and limited to paying market value.
So if ever there was a property that we were very, very keen to get a hold of, that we were involved in a bidding war on, you would have to come back to us for permission to pay more than market.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just add to what Mr. Stowe said, the Ferry Road property is one of the most ecologically significant properties that has become available in recent years. And having the opportunity to acquire this at less than the appraised value is certainly within the city's best interests. The other thing we should point out is that when it comes to the city's policies, including its no net loss policy for rural wetlands and rural forests, acquiring properties such as this is important because opportunities that exist on the properties the city already owns in the rural space are more limited, given that those properties are already in a natural state. And so acquiring properties like this does allow us to ensure that we're able to adhere to these no net less policies as development occurs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gower.
Thanks. I just want to say, I'm going to support staff on this. I was trying to find it and I can't find it. We had a report at our Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority in the last month or so, where they looked at the amount of conservation area for every 1,000 residents across the watershed. And that number has been going down and down and down since the 60s or 70s, when all levels of government basically stopped acquiring areas for conservation. And it's something that now we're recognizing we have to reverse because our population keeps going up, but the available conservation area for conservation or for recreation use keeps going down. I think staff have made a good case that this is significant, important natural area that warrants protection. There are a number of ways we can do that. We've heard about some of them. Acquisition is one option, easements, donations. It's really difficult to line up all of the factors at exactly the right time. The money that you need, the land for sale. This is a case where we have that opportunity. We don't always have it. And this is a great site near the Ottawa River, mature forest. So I'm going to support staff and I hope colleagues will as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Heard a lot of cool buzz terms today. Heard a lot of things like maybe, possibly, sort of, maybe we'll think about that. But it's obvious to me that there isn't a real solid plan for the property. It does tick boxes, and that's fantastic. I think there's a difference between ticking boxes and achieving goals and actually spending taxpayer dollars intelligently. And I think there is better ways to spend this money. Even if we're talking about conservation, there are properties that could be protected that are more at risk of development. If you look at in South March, we can see the recent destruction of blanding turtle habitat because of the ever-ending development that keeps coming towards my ward. And I would definitely like to see that money spent somewhere else and in a more reasonable way on behalf of the City of Ottawa taxpayers. So thank you very much for your time, everyone, this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. I just had a couple of questions for Cyril Rogers, if you don't mind. Could you just explain where the money is coming from for this acquisition, should it proceed?
Mr. Mayor, so this is funded as part of the tax supported funding, so that will be your tax dollars.
But it's a fund that's been allocated explicitly for this purpose?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
And how much money is in that fund?
We typically allocate, Mr. Mayor, $2 million per year for a budget.
Okay, so if we were not to proceed with this purchase, would that have an impact on the 2025 budget, or would that money still be there to make a different purchase instead?
Mr. Mayor, it would be there for a different purchase.
Okay, so the money would remain in the budget either way. It would just, so the decision about purchasing this particular piece of property does not have an impact on the budget, in the sense that there would remain money in the budget for this purpose, whether it was spent for this piece of land or a different acquisition.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So if we could move to a recorded vote on this, please.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Bernard.
Yes.
Councillor Giroux.
No.
Vice Chair Kitts.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you. Moving on to item 8.5, which is 930 and 1010 Somerset Development Project Determination of Land Use. We do have a presentation on that. We have several delegations, and also I believe there is a motion that will be made. So we'll do the presentation first, and then the motion, and then go to the delegations. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Just wait for the slide deck here. This, I'm going to go through this quickly for brevity. There are 5 recommendations in front of you on this report. It deals with the acquisition of, or the development of 930 1010 Somerset. You can do the next slide. Basically, we acquired this property. We brought it to council in March 21. We explained to you what we wanted to buy this. We closed on it in December, so we haven't really owned it for very long. And during that time in March, council gave us $400,000 to proceed to look at what could this possibly be developed with. So we went through a very long, expansive engagement process, first with our own staff internally, then with outside groups, community groups, nonprofit groups. We dealt with different levels of government of how this could evolve, and we put together a plan. We then exposed that to for comment to the public, and we got a somewhat negative response to our first plan. So we went back to the drawing board. We took the good comments that we got. We looked at other iterations. We came up with various iterations. And we went out a second time for a significant public input, over 1,000 comments. And we refined the design. And if you want to go to the next slide, this is a sort of the grand reveal of the 1010 Somerset plan. Now, basically, there are 8 elements to the plan. The first being we wanted to expand the existing plant recreation facility. We wanted to build a new recreation and cultural facility. We were trying to retain and save Plouffe Park because one of our designs had Plouffe Park being used. One of our new partnerships in creating a community hub is to include a school onto the site. We wanted to create a 1-hectare park. And there was also a very important part of housing to bring on some additional affordable housing. And to create a mixed community, we wanted to include a certain amount of market housing. And critical on the whole overlay was the fact that we wanted to, along with Gladstone Village to the south, create a district energy system and do something to follow council's directions to be environmentally sustainable. So to make this plan come forward, we have to bring I would deem it a minor OP amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. So the first recommendation in the council report is to accept in principle the design you see here. It's just the blocking of the activities and give us permission to move forward to create the correct zoning and official plan to bring this into fruition. So one of the issues around the official plan is the placement of the school in the green area, which was in the official plan as park, and the creation of a lane extending down from the parking lot of the Plant Bath through the green area to Oak Street. And this is an important part of the review that we're undertaking, whether or not that lane is required, but it was put in for bus only, school bus only drop off for the school to relieve pressure off of Oak Street. So next slide, please. The next 2 recommendations in the report are to declare surplus 2 parcels within the site plan, the concept plan, excuse me. First being the school site. The school has funding and would like to get going, but they don't have a defined area. So this council, if they would approve this report, gives them an area roughly about 30,000 square feet. It also, for the time being, includes the bus lane. And we're asking council to declare that surplus so that the school can move ahead, start with their detailed design, and then they'll know exactly what their footprint is. Now, we are keeping the school onto a small footprint. We don't want them encroaching as much or into the park to the west. We want to keep that as 1 hectare. We also want them to use what we expect to build. They will, we're requesting that they not build a gymnasium, that they use the gymnasium that we would build. So we're trying to overlay our different uses. The other area that we want to declare surplus, and it's more for administrative purposes because we're in front of council today and committee today, is the northeast corner. We will hope to sell that off to private sector development, not in the immediate future. We're talking near the end of the development horizon, probably 6, 7, 8 years out. But we're just here now for planning purposes to know that it can't be made available, and it'll help us in also the development of our district energy system. So that's the first. The second part of the recommendations is to declare those 2 parcels surplus for disposal. The third recommendation is to actually move forward with the disposal for the school. And that is in 2 steps. The first is a straight disposal at market value following our disposal processes. The second point, which was made out when we were negotiating the terms of reference for the purchase and sale agreement, the school pointed out, what happens if the city does not build a recreation facility? We would have forced them to build on a small footprint without a gym. They needed an exit strategy to ensure that they would have a gym. So we agreed to put into the purchase and sale agreement an option for them. Should we not move ahead 6 years after the school is in operation, they would be able to purchase land to the north. They can't go east into Cliff Park. They can't go west into the park. So they would build a gymnasium to the north, which is towards Somerset Street, just big enough for a school gym, and we would sell that to them. So that's the third recommendation, is to sell the lot to the school, which they need to get going, and to give them an option. We need council's approval for that. It couldn't come through staff delegation. Slide. Actually, you can even go to the next slide, because that's just what I was talking about. So the last 2 recommendations are a little unique in that we would like to, when we sell a property, we must follow our disposal process and council policies. 25% would go to affordable housing, 25% would go to park development and creation of land or purchase of land, and the remainder goes into general revenues. What we're doing here is we are developing a park, we are developing affordable housing, so we'll have other expenses coming in the next, in the immediate future. So we're asking council to waive those policies and let us retain into an account funds from the disposal of the site from the school board, which we estimate to be around $6 million. In the future, when we sell the other private sector land, 5, 6, 7, whatever years from now, that money would go towards construction. The last recommendation is that we need funds today. We have to do the OP amendment. We have to move forward with the zoning to get the school started. We also want to do a 3rd round of engagement, and this would be bringing in the community. Now that we know where the pieces are going, we want to know what's going to go inside them. So we want to do over the next 1.5 years a fulsome engagement of the community, of our partners, our various associations, to determine what functional programming would go in those buildings. So we need funds to move that forward. We want to follow a process very similar to what we did with the library. This would also include a certain level of Indigenous engagement. So the last recommendation is to approve fundings of $1.325 million to get us going immediately. Slide. The whole intent is to create a plan over the next 2 years through and set up a series of project charters to basically bring back to council in 2 years from now, a little more than 2 years from now, a project that council can endorse and support. We would have it brought to the point of having innovative designs done so that we'd be able to cost it. So 2 years from now, in the next term of council, we hope to bring this forward as a project well thought out and accepted by the community. So happy to take questions.
Okay, just before we do that, there is a motion, so I'll turn it over to Councillor Leeper, and then we'll go to the public delegations. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is Councillor Troster's motion, which I'm making to put on the table today, so I'll ask her to read that in.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Whereas one of the key areas of community concern identified in the plan is the limited green space, and whereas the Ottawa Community Housing Project at 930 Gladstone was not required to pay cash in lieu of parkland or provide a dedication of 10% of the site toward park space, and whereas West Centertown has one of the lowest percentages of tree canopies in the city of Ottawa, as per the Ottawa Neighborhood Study at 13.1% coverage. And whereas West Centertown has one of the lowest percentages of private green space in the city with only 4.6 of land covered by residential parkland. And whereas the official plan and West Downtown Core Secondary Plan project projects the addition of roughly 10,000 new housing units in the neighborhood, and many of these will not have private green space. And whereas the high cost of land and existing high density make parkland acquisitions uniquely challenging in Somerset Ward, and whereas finding ways to maximize green space in the new development is an ongoing concern that will continue to be relevant as the project progresses through detailed design phase. And whereas this concept plan includes provision for 1 hectare of new park space, and any changes to the concept plan proposed through the detailed design phase must maintain that provision. Therefore, be it further resolved that any land occupied by an above-ground district energy system, above-ground installation not be considered parkland for the purposes of net parkland gain, and be it further resolved that tree retention be considered and addressed as part of the planning review process with the goal of preserving as many mature trees as possible. Thank you.
Okay, and staff are comfortable with that motion, just to clarify?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are comfortable with those motions.
Thank you. So we'll go to the public delegations, starting with Alexandra Baril. Just hit the button at the bottom of the microphone, please. There you go.
Merci.
Okay,
J'ai une
merci.
présentation à l'appui, s'il vous plaît.
I have a presentation too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the councillors. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to talk about the need for a new school building for Louise Arbour at 1010 Somerset. I am Alexandra Barry, a resident of Kitchissippi, a parent that has one child at school and 2 soon. I'd like to speak now, next slide, of Louise Arbour School, and it is located on Beach Street in a civic hospital area in a building that's rented to the school board. The number, it's west of the downtown, and the neighborhoods are right, Mechanicsville, Hintonburg, West Centertown, the Civic Hospital include between 28 and 34% of children under 18 who are admissible to education in French. So it's considerable number for a francophone school in their area. The growth of the Louise Arbour School is important since its opening in 2017-18. As I said, the current building is located on the old St. Mary's School that has a capacity of 200 students. Next slide, please. There you go. So you can see on the charts, the orange line is the actual capacity of the school. When it opened, 129 students registered, but in 2024, we had 358 students in school, so way over capacity. And if the trend continues, we will be at 444 students in 2028, which is the year that we hope to open the new school. So all this to say that we are way past capacity.
And to palliate to this surpopulation, the school board, the CPO, has had to add in 7 portable classrooms on the site. If you take a look at the bottom left image, you see the school at the bottom right, and the schoolyard, which is a mix of dirt and grass and trees. And in 2024, much of the schoolyard now is occupied by 7 portables so that our children can attend the school. So a big need for French public education west of downtown. So the current state of the school, so apart from the 7 portable, there's no ventilation system leading to poor overall air quality, no gymnasium in the annex. Staircases are often overflowing with storage space, which is reasonable given the fact that we are at surcapacity, and this could lead to safety risks. There are 8 toilet stalls in the annex for 358 students, no bathroom in the portables, which means they have to cross over to the annex individually to use the facilities. There's underdeveloped schoolyard infrastructure with 1 basketball net. And I'd like to point that music classrooms and libraries have been housed in portables this year. And prior to that, they were in inadequate shared rooms due to this lack of space. So there is a real urgency for the community of the school to approve this plan. Prochaine diapo, s'il vous plaît. Et la prochaine, I skipped that one. Okay, there's a real urgency to approve the plan. So the first JK cohort began in 27-28 after a multi-year campaign by parents. We received funding in 2021-22, and this year the first cohort is graduating and will never get to see this new school. And I'm worried that my kid in first grade will never get to see this new school either. Prochaine diapo, s'il vous plaît. Alors, pour finir, point saillant, les effectifs scolaires sont en hausse.
In conclusion, enrollment to EEP Louise Arbour has only grown since 2017. Children in the French public system deserve a school equivalent to the other neighboring schools. The Louise Arbour School community supports the 1010 Somerset project. It's critical that the project moves to the phase of purchase and sale of land so the school can be built without further delay. And finally, we note and are preoccupied with delays in the construction of the sports complex that will house the shared gymnasium of the school. We expect the city and the CPO to work together to identify, as needed, interim solutions to provide the global educational experience to which our children are entitled. Thank you very much.
Merci à vous, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you to you.
Monsieur le Maire.
Councillor Leeper.
Excuse me, Councillor Leeper, there's going to be no noise from the gallery.
No noise. Oh.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. I'm curious, is the CPO started talking to the parents regarding the planning of the new school, the design and all? The CPO told us that the work would be starting, but we haven't seen any drawings or anything, no. Very well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster.
Merci, Alexandra. I just wanted to
Thank you, Alexandra.
And to make it clear that I support having the school at 1010 Somerset. I know it's been a long process. I want to thank all the parents for the engagement in this process. And just so committee members know, this is the first step. By severing the land, it means they can really start building the school. The school is the first element that will go on this site. Everything else will follow. And that has always been really important. So even though it took us a while to get the site plan right, this is the first step in moving forward. So I just want to thank you and all the parents for the engagement. Merci.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Next presentation is from Cheryl Parrott. I believe is online. Go ahead, Cheryl, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. The land at 1010 Somerset will also serve Hintonburg. It's part of the catchment area, and we don't have a lot of green space, especially large green space. So we're really pleased to see the money proposed in the budget, the 1.235 million, for consultation and planning for the new green space and the expanded recreation and cultural uses of the land. Hintonburg has only about 25% of the parks and green space that the city says we should have for healthy communities. We have another 3,500 residential units that have already been approved in Hintonburg. And so the ratio of green space to people is going to be reduced even further. The Corso Italia secondary plan called for an extra 1.5 hectares or 3.7 acres of green space to try to provide some outdoor area for the thousands of people who will be living in close proximity to this space, both in Hintonburg and in Dalhousie. The agreement with the federal government required at least 1 hectare, 2.47 acres of green space. This is public land and it should be used for public uses. Declaring parcel 2 surplus at this time is premature until other elements are in place and fully known. Will the school need to build their own gymnasium, even using more of the green space? That's possible. Selling off 1.7 acres of land for private market development on public land is premature. More green space will make healthier inner urban communities. We're already underserved. All city documents emphasize equity, yet this brings us no closer to equity of green space with all the new residents that we're going to be getting in both of our communities. So please delete parcel 2 from this recommendation at this time and deal with it at a more appropriate time in the future when more is known. You still don't know where the heating plant is going, et cetera, et cetera. So please leave this off the motion for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Next up is David Seaborn. Morning, Mr. Seaborn.
Right bush. Good morning. Could I have the first slide, please? Mr. Mayor, councillors, the top map shows the park space shown in the 2023 Corso Italia secondary plan. Shown is the 1.5 hectare addition to Plouffe Park, which I've outlined in red. This is what was presented to the community at the end of an 8-year consultation process. In the secondary plan's text, it says not less than 1 hectare, but the map showing 1.5 hectares is what folks saw and expect. And if we could slide that up so we could see the bottom one. Yeah, good. This shows the 1.5 hectare superimposed on the current concept plan. And the next slide, please. Okay, this map shows the area of existing parkland proposed to be removed from the existing Plouffe Park. That's what's shown in red. These include a road through the park's west end, the widening of Oak Street into the park's south edge, and the elimination of the basketball and beach volleyball courts so the new road can go through. The acreage of park lost is shown on a sheet that may be in your file, but basically the existing park is reduced by 1/6 of a hectare. What is lost should be replaced as part of the new park. The proposed new park includes a district heating plant and a small lawn south of the school. These areas shown in yellow are not really parkland. They reduce the effective size of the new park by 1/7 of a hectare. So overall, the net increase of park at 930 and 1010 is only, well, it's less than 3/4, slightly more than 2/3 of a hectare, not 1 hectare. Now, the councillor motion with regard to pleading plant addresses a portion of that, but it doesn't address the parkland that is lost on the existing park. In the suburbs, the budget is financing large new parks to serve new subdivisions. In the Corso Italia, 10,000 new residential units are anticipated. What is being constructed here is a 10,000 unit vertical subdivision. So the question is, are we providing adequate parkland? Is the quantity of parkland being proposed equitable? Are we improving the existing parkland deficit or making it worse? What are the social repercussions of insufficient outdoor park space? Now, downtown, every inch counts. So why are we building so low? Why are we contemplating a 3-story rec center where the secondary plan would allow 9 or 18-story building heights? Why are we contemplating a 9-story building where the secondary plan would allow 18? Why are we not shrinking building footprints and squeezing the buildings higher? Why are we not stacking the 9-story building on top of the 3 stories? Until the paved and built over existing parkland is replaced in the plan, and until the not really park areas are added, it is premature to consider declaring the parcel 2 as surplus. Some reconfiguration of the plan will first be necessary. So in conclusion, yes, approve the concept plan and the disposal of parcel 1 so that the school can be built. But make one small tweak. The approval should be subject to the net gain in parkland being 1 hectare more than exists at present at Plouffe Park. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Dave. I just wanted to thank you so much for being here and for being part of the group of residents who lobbied hard to save Plouffe Park, and to assure you that the motion that I put forward is attempting to squeeze every inch of green space we can out of this development. And more on that when I ask questions to staff. I'll certainly post some of the questions that you posed today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next is Brigitte Leblanc-Lapointe.
Merci, Monsieur le maire et le comité de me donner l'occasion de vous adresser la
Thank you
parole
so much
aujourd'hui.
for giving me the floor today.
J'appuie les propos de Madame Barry. Je m'appelle Brigitte
I support Alexandra Barry. I'm also a parent of 2 children that are going to Louise Arbour School. I'm also a resident from the Kitchissippi ward. I'm also a taxpayer. I understand that the personnel work hard. I think everyone heard of all the different steps throughout this project. I must say that we have to move urgently on that project. And we'll explain what's the impact on my family. Like you saw, Louise Arbour is over capacity. The gym, the library, and the music rooms are outside of the school building and very far from the small numbers of bathrooms. One girl told her mom that she hated going to that school because she has to wear her clothing to move from one to the other room. You understand what it is to dress up kids in the winter when you're in a rush. Imagine what happens for 30 kids more than once a day. So the library now is on a portable outside of the school. Last year, Louise Arbour's children didn't have a library. I'm not trying to claim or ask special things. It's a very basic ask. I would like to mention that green spaces are important, but at the same time, the construction of that school reduced the green spaces. Everywhere in our city, we have schools surrounded by parks.
Issue for me, and I'm trying to be constructive and respectful. There has to be no NIMBYism that is more shameful than a group opposing the construction of a desperately needed school. I find this offensive, and my expectation as a taxpayer is that the council will give appropriate consideration of the relevant interests. And I believe that the current plan and the motion, particularly with Ms. Troster's motion, achieve that. My expectation and really my plea is that the committee recommend and the city approve the resolutions before you today on this item. Further, I urge the city to move as expeditiously as possible with this project and collaborate with the CPO on the various work streams that will need action over the next few years. This project has been plagued by various delays, and at this point, there is a generation of students whose elementary school experience will have been marred by inadequate facilities. I'm not here as a part of a fringe group that's seeking preferential treatment. These children deserve an environment that meets their basic educational needs and that'll allow them to thrive. So thank you so much for your support.
Merci, Madame Leblanc-Lapointe. Councillor Droster.
Thank you
Hi
so
there, David.
much, Councillor
Thank you
Troster.
for being here, and to be really clear that I've always said that the school belongs on the site. I'm really excited for it to be there. And I also agree, I think this plan strikes a balance between the need for green space, the need for recreational space, and the need for the school. And I just wanted to assure you that the motion I put forward and also a direction that I'll have for staff will have no substantial delay to the plan and will not make a substantial difference in terms of which elements go on the site. So I just want to thank you for your advocacy. I know a lot of families of kids from Louis Arbour, including ones who are graduating this year, who spent their entire education in an inadequate building. So I can't wait to welcome the school to our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Next presentation is Catherine Boucher. Catherine Boucher.
Not here. Yeah, she's
Not here? Okay. Okay, Carol Sissons.
Mr. Chair, councillors, good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm here, my name is Carol Sissons. I'm here with, on behalf of the Plant Pool Recreation Association and other interested people in the community. We, of course, support the development in 1010 Somerset, which has been, we've been looking forward to for years, and the present resolution put forward by Councillor Troster, or Councillor Leeper, apologies. But I support what Cheryl and David have both said, that the parcel 2 is premature at this point. We desperately need to sort out the green space prior to giving authority to further sale of land beyond the elements of the school and the district heating. I say this because there's a lot of research and evidence to support the importance of green space, particularly in addressing inequities in health outcomes and safety. The Barcelona Institute of Global Health analyzed over 1,000 cities in 31 European countries, and they found that 43,000 deaths premature deaths could have been avoided annually if the standards of the World Health Organization recommendations for green space per capita were adhered to. Research worldwide is stark, and the UN has put a minimum standard of 0.3 hectares per 1,000 residents, and WHO has set an aspirational goal of 0.5 hectares per 1,000. If you compare that with the current statistics in Somerset Ward, we have the lowest green space ratio in Ottawa at 0.21, which is only 2/3 of the UN minimum standard. Or if you compare Somerset West with the whole of Ottawa, we only have 1/10 of the city's average. If you even just take the inner city transect, Somerset Ward has less than half. If we add 14,000 new residents, we will be reduced to having less than half the very minimum World Health Organization standard of 0.09 hectares. Beyond that, experience in cities across Canada who have had inner city urban intensification over the past 50 years are good examples of what lack of green space can create in terms of social ills and safety issues. Regent's Park is an excellent example. They are redoing the complete development for the third time and are going to achieve a goal of 0.48 hectares per residence, per 1,000 residents, to improve the safety standards in the area. That will be 10 times what we will have at 1010 Somerset, unless we dedicate green space first and make it a priority over some of the other elements in the plan, i.e., it is premature to put parcel 2 as ready to be declared surplus until we have the allocated 1.16 hectares at minimum. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Carol. I just want to thank you for being here, and I wanted folks to know Carol was part of the group of citizens that rallied more than 20 years ago to save Plant Bath when it was going to be sold off by the city. And now it is the most oversubscribed facility in the city when it comes to swimming lessons. So that was a great success. I have a direction to staff. Is now a good time to read it? This is in relation to the plant pool.
Sorry, Councillor Troster, just are we finished with the delegate? Maybe we should just clarify
yes, and it's
that.
actually related to the delegate. So
okay.
Is that okay?
Yep, sure.
Okay. So Carol is part of the Plant Pool Recreation Association. So the direction is that staff be directed to include consultation of groups that currently provide programming in Plouffe Park in the development of the shared use agreement between the City of Ottawa and the CPO. Thank you. Will staff take that as a friendly direction?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yes, we will.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Carol, for being here.
Thank you very much. I understand that Christine McQuaig, who is here from Q9 Planning and Design, would also like to offer some comments.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I'm Christine McQuaig, planning consultant working with CPO. Annie Dugas from CPO is also here as well. I'm going to turn it over to her to provide some comments, and then I'll have some comments afterwards. Thank you.
Membres du comité du public, Monsieur le maire, bonjour.
Hello, everyone, mayor, councillors. I'm responsible of some files at the CPO. First of all, I would like to thank staff for all of their effort and the collaboration that we have over a period of 10 years. This will be the future French school for CPO. We heard all of the presentation about this project. I know that you're supporting the integration of this school and you want to discuss the next steps with us. The school is part of every future neighborhood, an actual neighborhood. This is needed to support the growth objective of the City of Ottawa. We understand that it is also important to have a French school with quality teaching, and this is protected by the Charters of Right and Freedom. Every level of government, including the City of Ottawa and the City Councils, must move forward to implement the Charter to protect the protection of the minority French-speaking community. If not, there will be assimilation of French-speaking community. We understand that the development objective include not only the school, but the residential, commercial, and natural, and this space have more than one function, and all of this is needed to support the demographic growth of these communities. The agreement with the City of Ottawa, I would like to mention that the City of Ottawa and CPO must show some flexibility to have a quality project. I would like for you to focus on the estimates in the report. Right now, we're talking about 0.6 hectare, and it could go all to 1 hectare. We don't know yet what's going to be the total area given. We have to wait for the final report. Then looking into the value, we always have to negotiate the value of the land with some conditions. There will be an agreement between the city and CPO. We talked about a gym. We want to have we will have a shared agreement for this site. CPO is negotiating a piece of land for the gym. Space will be limited. CPO wants to have some insurances, and we will be able to use it quite soon after the opening of that school. Meanwhile, we're going to be using a multifunctional space within the school. We are engaged. We want to make sure that the school will be open by September 2027. We want to continue to collaborate with you in order to avoid any type of delays.
Are there any comments for any before I continue?
Well, you can finish your part, and then we'll see if there's questions for either of you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So firstly, I do want to sincerely thank the city for their efforts on this community hub concept and their work with CPO, kind of moving this ahead and being here today. It's important, that all of these various components of the community hub work together to support the community. And this concept does this and will continue through refinements as development design moves ahead. My comments today to all of you are to primarily reiterate the points made in the staff report that the proposed school site size does include some flexibility so that we can ensure the establishment of a functional school program that these kids deserve. Related to this is also to ensure the commitment from the city to ensure that the school program includes a gymnasium within an acceptable time frame. And this is something that I think bears emphasizing. The 6-year time frame currently in the report may potentially be too long, given that the 6-year time frame, to my knowledge, does not include construction timing. Some greater consideration, I believe, should be given to ensuring that this gymnasium space is available as soon as possible, and that discussion continues between CPO and city staff. Lastly, I do want to comment that there is certainly a very clear commitment to working collaboratively together to ensure that the school site proceeds through planning approvals efficiently in order to secure the vision of the French elementary school within this community hub. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lieber.
Merci pour vos commentaires.
Thank you very much for all of your comments. I have the same question for you. Is there a communication plan for parents, between parents and CPO? Did you have any type of communication over the past few years or past few months? Answer: CPO is working hard to have a good communication with the school community throughout the school council, also through our website. We always have updates. We're working closely to have an open communication with the parents. Councillor Leeper. Thank you so much for your answer. I hope that this will improve the process right now. Thank you so much for your presence today.
Any questions for staff? Any? Councillor Leeper?
Sorry, thanks. So for staff, the question with respect to parcel 2 and making plans to dispose of a fairly clearly defined parcel right off the bat before we have some of the key elements necessarily hammered down. Why are you proposing that that be declared surplus and parceled off now?
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Leeper, it's more administrative. That'll be the last item in the development phases. We were in front of council today for parcel 1. We know that parcel 2 or something in that zone would be also surplus to be sold for private sector development. So it was more to make streamlined processes. We have no intention of selling it. I think at this present time in this at this juncture, in that some of the delegations are correct. We haven't determined the exact size of the school site, and we want to keep 1 hectare of parkland, and we've guaranteed that. So that site may get smaller as it's surrendered if other land is used for parkland. That parcel 2 will become smaller. So it's more just so we can plan, knowing that it's coming. The exact size of the western boundary or the southern boundary is not known. We would also like to acquire land from the NCC if possible. That's still on the table, which would affect that southern boundary also. So we're not. It would be the last thing to be sold after all the parkland is designed and developed. So we would ensure that it wouldn't affect the prime outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
If we provide that permission today, I'm just trying to understand the potential impasse that we might reach with this permission in place when you are ready to start selling that land. If there is an impasse between council and staff with respect to the exact boundaries of the parcel that's going to be sold at some point in future, I'm concerned that you'll have permission to dispose of the larger parcel where council may want you to sell a smaller one. So I'm a little bit nervous about providing that permission today.
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Leeper, any sale we would have to bring back to council. We're just asking for you to designate that area as surplus so that we could look at doing a sale. That sale would be in the probably tens of millions of dollars. We can't do that on a delegated authority. We would have to bring back showing the outcome to council whenever that sale transpires. We would obviously RFP that and follow the regular disposal process that we would do and bring it back to council.
Fantastic. So we have the hammer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Robin, and thank you so much to city staff. So this has been one of the big files that was introduced to me on pretty much day 1 when I was elected, but the community has been engaged on this parcel for many, many years. It represents the dreams of our community and also some major challenges because it is a very rare piece of usable land in downtown Ottawa where there is very little land. Robin, I'm just wondering if you could explain to us, so what a lot of people don't know is that when the city bought this piece of land from the federal government at a significant discount, there were conditions placed on that sale that obliged us as a city to have certain elements on that property. I'm just wondering if you could articulate for us what those requirements are.
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Troster, I must give a shout out to our colleagues in PSBC. They worked very hard with us to get this land into our hands. And to do that, they required and to get the land at a price we could afford to pay. So they overlaid their objectives. They wanted us to follow the current government's energy efficiency and policy. So they gave us $1 million off the price to pursue a district energy system, which was something we were doing anyways. So there's a requirement for us to look at that and to look at their district energy system that they're running through the parliamentary precinct. We received a mortgage through Canada Mortgage and Housing. It's unusual for the city to actually take out a mortgage. I think it was the first time we did. And that mortgage is forgivable. It's about $9 million. That money is forgivable if we produce 150 affordable housing units on the site. So that's a condition. Though the federal government is negotiating with the host nations on the land claim element, they requested that we participate in the engagement process. And in that, we have a collaborative benefits agreement with the Algonquins of Ontario. However, it doesn't preclude us from dealing with the host nation and other Indigenous groups. And through that came several requirements for producing 3,000 square feet, roughly 300 square meters of space for Indigenous artists on the site. Part of the vibe that we're trying to capture from the Hintonburg, from the rich bread artists around the corner on Gladstone, is to keep the artists in the area. So the designs that we come forward in the future, because of the elevation on the site, we're looking at, basement walkout units and all sorts of things that are coming to the table. But so we had to do a collaborative benefits agreement. They also required us to, they gave us a substantial amount off if we made 1 hectare park. Well, that was a no-brainer. We agreed, and they took money off the purchase price. So if that park is diminished from 1 hectare, we have issues with the federal government. I'm trying to think what else is on registered. There's a
Can I ask about the private development? Because a lot of my residents are asking, why have private housing on the site at all if it's public land?
There's a significant amount of social housing going in south of us with OCH. We would like to keep a vibrant mix of the social demographics in the area. So we looked at this opportunity to sell that off to the private sector and use that money to, quite frankly, to offset our construction costs of the main focus of which is the rec and cultural facility that we would like to consider developing there. And to benefit from the fact that we put a lot of money in the infrastructure for light rail, which is only 300 meters away. So we could actually benefit financially from our own investment in infrastructure.
Great. And can you clarify the 6-year timeline for the building of the recreational facility and the gym?
That was done in working with Mr. Chenier's team. It's devised to go to 2 councils. If we come back 2 years from now and the then council, in its wisdom, decides not to proceed with a development through their term of council, that we would have another kick at the can with the next term of council. So it's 2 councils out would be the cutoff point. If 2 councils out decide not to do anything at 1010 Somerset, then we would have to support the school in creating a gym. So it was the worst case scenario, and the timing was done more to follow that process and that was the time frame that was selected. Dan,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, as Robin mentioned, we looked at, in consideration of when a gym might be required, that doesn't prevent us from, in fact, this report calls for funding to begin to start doing designs and figuring out what we need in terms of consultation with the community, with the user groups. So that was projecting out and essentially buying us some time in terms of being able to satisfy the requirement for the gym without tying our hands in terms of actual planning for community needs.
Thank you. And one last question. So just so folks know, my understanding is that staff had 16 possible iterations of this site over the last few years, and we kept sending them back to the table. So I want to thank staff because the mayor and I worked together when that first concept plan that came out was unacceptable to a huge chunk of the community to get the school out of Plouffe Park. Are you confident, Robin, that this plan ekes out every possible inch of green space, given all the elements that need to be on there?
It's a priority for us. We're in the green space business. We've talked to our forestry group, our urban planning group. It's a sort of a culmination of council priorities. So yes, I mean, we want to put green space. That's one of the main drivers for acquiring the land. So it is a top priority. And I want to make that clear that it's when this isn't a development play. Parcel 2, we're just asking for its permission now, just to help us in planning. When we're looking at it, we know that that would go to the private sector. We'd have an idea of density and size anticipated. That'll feed into our district energy study. That is all part of it. So we want to protect green space.
And when it comes to the detailed design elements of both the park and the recreation center, will there be opportunities for public engagement?
That's what the next 2 years is for, to determine the functional programming, what is required by the community, what is desired by the community, and how would that fit into the buildings that we've got blocked onto the site. And from that, we hope to push some exemplar designs, get an idea of cost, and bring that all back to council in a little more than 2 years.
And this can all be done while the school is off on its own building. This does not get in their way.
That is correct.
Thank you. I just want to applaud all the work that went into this proposal, and I want folks around the table to understand really how revolutionary this will be for West Centertown. This is a community where we expect 7,000 to 10,000 new people, most of whom will be living in apartments without their own green space. To have an outsized recreational facility that will add much needed gym space, not just to Centertown, but to the whole city, to have Indigenous art, to have private market housing, to have a new park, and to have a new French language elementary school and probably daycare. It's enormously exciting. And this is like just a few feet from a new LRT station. So this is the kind of development we really want to see in our neighborhood. And I want to thank the community, because we won't always agree on every detail, but I just want to give you my commitment that we will keep working together throughout the detailed design process to get this right. And there will be plenty of opportunity. So thank you so much. And I really hope my colleagues around the table will support this development today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Robin, and your whole team for all the work, and Councillor Troster for all of your work and the community members on this project. As has been pointed out, Ottawa Community Housing is the major developer on this site, and very proudly. This is going to bring affordable housing, deeply affordable in some cases, to this area, which is much needed. And the combination of having the school there is great. It's wonderful. My question is, because I was just a little bothered by the comment about bringing in a balance for the second parcel. And because being as Ottawa Community Housing is working on mixed housing, that is, it's not social housing anymore. This is the new ARIV model, and it's mixed. So why couldn't the second parcel also be Ottawa Community Housing, and to bring even more affordable housing? And again, it's mixed housing.
To Mayor to Councillor Kavanagh, that still can be worked out. That's not off the table. What we have been working with Cliff and his team is on focusing on our requirements are with CMHC, the 150 of affordable housing units. Part of the 1.325 million that we were asking for is to sit down with Cliff and get some direction on how we could make a shovel-ready project, which is one of the little areas that's right near the underpass that goes down into city center, where we are reserving for social housing. It doesn't necessarily have to be OCH. It could be a smaller housing provider. But as for the the parcel to the furthest to the northwest, we saw it as an opportunity, Councillor, more so for offsetting costs. We have significant housing, 1,300 units when it's all said and done. Well, that's how we approached it, as a revenue generation element to offset construction costs. This is an expensive project to deliver, particularly with the not necessarily with affordable housing, but with the district energy system. There are a lot of unknowns. We want to push the envelope on sustainability here. We want to make a poster child development for those types of sustainability, low carbon outputs. We've been working with our waste disposal teams on how to centralize a waste operation on the site to lower waste removal. We're forcing the school not to have portables. We're having them build on a small site to save as much green space as possible. Lots of other things that we're looking at doing, and it makes it a bit expensive to develop. And we were looking at using the private sector funds to offset some of those other social benefits.
Well, I appreciate the collaboration with Ottawa Community Housing, and we do have examples that we've done on our own, like Mickinac. Councillor King will be familiar with it, and it's zero admission buildings. So you've got expertise right there. I know this goes beyond that, but there's wonderful examples. But I hope we'll consider even more affordable housing in that other parcel as well. But anything we can do to speed up the building of these units is very welcome, because we need them yesterday. Thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Any other questions? Okay, is the item carried then? Oh, sorry, we have to vote on the motion first. There was a motion. So on the motion first, is that carried? And then the item is amended. Is that carried? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for all the delegations. So let's go to item 5.1 on the agenda, which is the draft 2025 operating and capital budgets for this committee. We do have a presentation from Cyril Rogers, and then we have some delegations, and there are a couple of motions. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, members of the committee. What you'll see before you today is consistent with what I brought forward in the past number of committee meetings. You can go to the next slide. I'll provide an overview of the Finance and Corporate Services Committee budget, speak to the operating budget, provide some details on the capital budget, and then I'll speak to some of the core highlights that you'll see throughout this budget, this committee's budget documents. Next slide, please. So this budget, we have just over roughly $874 million gross operating budget. There's a number of just shy of 150 million of recoveries. Again, recoveries and allocations. These are charges that we allocate to the capital program. We allocate the taxation support to the transit program, the rate program, the different business areas that we support from a tax perspective that we allocate back to those different funding sources. On the revenue side, this is the big number, $2.7 billion revenue that you would see in this budget, predominantly in the non-departmental area. And this is made up mainly of our property taxation revenues. So just about 2.4 billion of that 2.7 is our property taxation revenues from the property tax bill, the PILTs, et cetera. Some other components of the revenue in this budget will be the hydro dividend is there in this budget, POA revenue, investment income revenue. Those are all different sources of revenue that flows through the non-departmental area within this budget. On the capital side, we just have 33.5 million in capital investments. We have 6 projects overall, 3 making a contribution to the climate change initiatives when it comes to greenhouse gases and building resiliency. Next slide, please. As you can see, this committee is made up of just around 20 different service areas. So there's a number of different service areas that flow through this committee, mainly in the Finance and Corporate Services Department, but then there's a number of other areas that you'll see in this committee. I forgot to mention on the previous slide, there was 21 FTE growth within this overall committee, mainly in different areas across these different 20 service areas. We have 5 FTE growth in terms of cybersecurity, IT security, and data. We have some growth in our revenue side and payroll side in terms of additional transactions. Of note, on the payroll side, we do have a number of collective agreements, and those are mainly coming up for renewal in 2025. And then across the other areas, there's some other highlights in terms of additional legal staff, legal support. We have some additional support from the supply area supporting the growth in our capital program. Next slide, please. On the capital side, so this is a breakdown of the overall $33.5 million capital investments. As you can see, is made up of a combination of mainly on the renewal side, and I'll speak to that in a little bit. On the growth and service enhancements is mainly related to the accessibility. So it continues investments in the accessibility that falls within this preview of this committee. On the growth side, you'll see the additional 3.2 from the transportation area, and additional 1.2 on the corporate real estate. That 1.2 is what you just previously saw in terms of the 1010 Somerset. On the renewal side, this is mainly continued investments in terms of our overall IT infrastructure. So obviously we have a big investment in our IT when it comes to data management, our servers, core systems such as SAP, which is one of our core ERP systems. So again, continue to invest into the renewal life cycle of those core assets. Next slide, please. This is basically the breakdown of the funding, largely funded from reserves, a little bit from a debt perspective, and then some revenue sources that's supporting the Canada Shield Avenue capital project. Next slide. I'll now move on in terms of speaking to some of the core budget highlights within this committee. You can proceed to the next slide. So within this finance corporate services budget, you will see the additional $4 million in the vacant unit tax, as we presented a few weeks back in terms of the additional enhancements to that program. That is being exclusively contributed to the Housing Long-Range Financial Plan that was presented at the Planning and Housing Committee. When we look at a city that's connected and accessible, within this budget, you'll see another $10.4 million investment into our tax-supported capital infrastructure. So this is mainly closing the gap for the tax-supported long-range financial plan that was presented back in 2018. This is, we'll close that gap in 2026. Of important note here, we've grown this base investment up to, in 2025, we're just shy of $195 million base contribution to tax support infrastructure. So in 2018, when we presented the tax support long-range financial plan, we identified a $95 million gap. We're just about there in this budget. We have a residual small amount to close in the next budget. But again, that base has now grown to $195 million just from a base contribution from the operating side. As I spoke to on a previous slide, we do have just over $600 million worth of investments supporting accessibility, mainly in the retrofits in our city facilities. When we speak to a prosperous economy that's diversified, we have additional funding to support economic development. And we also have $2.7 million as part of the Ontario-Ottawa deal for the downtown economic recovery. Next slide, please. In terms of a city that's green and resilient, we do have, in this part of the budget, we do have investments into some of our buildings. And these are our main general administrative type buildings, such as Constellation, City Hall, et cetera. So continued renewal retrofits into those facilities. Some other additional highlights, as I spoke to earlier this year, as approved by council, was the implementation of the APS system. So there is $1.6 million earmarked to continue with that implementation in 2025. That is fully funded from revenue sources, as from parking and ASE. Also, as I spoke to in terms of the FTE perspective, continue to invest in our overall cybersecurity at the City of Ottawa, and we do have an additional resource for 311. On the savings and continuous improvement side, we do have just over approximately $5.5 million in this budget. Two components mainly driving that area is basically as we move to the prudent investor. We were before committee back in September timeframe in terms of the city's migration transition to prudent investment. And basically, as a reminder, that's basically given us a bit more flexibility in terms of managing and maximizing our investments to generate additional investment income. And we also have $400K in terms of discretionary spending. So what we do throughout the year, as we do line-by-line reviews on a monthly basis with each of the departments, we identify areas where there's opportunities for discretionary savings. And these are mainly in areas such as travel, printing, those kind of discretionary elements that do not have an impact to frontline services. Next slide, please. This slide is basically coming from a direction from Councillor Tierney. So he had requested that we provide a little bit of a breakdown in terms of what the back of the tax bill looks like. This is kind of a simplified version of what you see on the back of your taxes when you get your tax bill. And what it illustrates is basically what we collect from a city perspective, and then what we're obligated to remit back to the province. So we do collect the provincial education tax, and we also collect the conservation authority tax. but then that gets remitted right back to those respective authorities. And basically what it demonstrates is that just shy of 85% is what we actually retain. So again, this was a direction stemming from Councillor Tierney at the budget tabling timeframe. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation. I'm happy to take questions after the delegates.
Thank you. And just before we get to the delegations, maybe I'll ask Vice Chair Kitts to read it. There's a technical amendment, I believe, or technical motion.
Technical amendment, yeah. Thank you. Whereas on November 13th, 2024, Council received and tabled the 2025 draft capital and operating budget and associated committee budget books. And whereas it was discovered that corrections were required in the Finance and Corporate Services Committee draft 2025 budget document tabled with Council. And whereas Finance and Corporate Services has subsequently issued a revised Finance and Corporate Services Committee draft 2025 budget, which includes the following correction in the table on the screen. Therefore, be it resolved that the Finance and Corporate Services Committee receive and consider the revised Finance and Corporate Services Committee draft 2025 budget document.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Did you want to also do the roadmap motion at this time as well, and just
Let's read it, the whole
get
thing.
that out of the way?
Sure. That the Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend the Council sitting as Committee of the Whole approve the Finance and Corporate Services Committee draft 2025 operating and capital budget as follows. 1, elected officials operating resource requirement, page 2. 2, Office of the City Clerk budget as follows. A, user fees. B, operating resource requirement. 3, legal services operating resource requirement. 4, city manager's office operating resource requirement. 5, public information and media relations operating resource requirement. 6, transit services rail construction program service as follows. A, user fees. B, operating resource requirement. 7, strategic initiatives department as follows. A, GM's office and business support services operating resource requirement. B, economic development as follows. 1, user fees. 2, operating resource requirement. C, housing solutions and investment service as follows. 1, user fees. 2, operating resource requirement. 7, finance and corporate services department as follows. A, office of the chief information security officer operating resource requirement. B, human resources operating resource requirement. C, service Ottawa as follows. 1, user fees. 2, operating resource requirement. D, information technology services operating resource requirement. E, supply services operating resource requirement. E, chief financial officer, treasurer, and business support services operating resource requirement. F, financial strategies, planning and client services operating resource requirement. G, revenue services as follows. 1, user fees. 2, operating resource requirement. H, corporate finance operating resource requirement. 1, payroll, pensions, and benefits service operating resource requirement. 8, non-departmental operating resource requirement. 9, finance and corporate services committee capital budget.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. So we'll move to the public delegations now on this item. And I'll remind delegates that we're focused on the budget for Finance and Corporate Services Committee, not the entire budget, just the budget for this committee. So we'll start with Neil Saravanamuthu. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start with 2 procedural points. The first is, I was a bit disappointed that this item was moved to the end of the agenda. The public, myself and others showed up at 9:30 to be able, according to this agenda, if we'd known that we were going to be put to last, we would have rearranged our day. I think the justification you gave earlier was that to allow staff to get back to work. Well, the public have lives too. They have got, and I think it was quite frankly a bit disrespectful to move this item to the end of the agenda without even informing delegates in advance that that was a possibility. That was, if you at least told us in advance, we could have replanned our day. So, and I also want to just pick up on that last point you made about this specific budget versus the entire budget. And the question is, where else do delegates have the opportunity to make comments about the entire budget per se? This is the only opportunity in corporate services, or finance and corporate services, is, if you like, is certainly viewed as the overarching committee. So I'd like to make a comment that has direct linkages to this specific finance and corporate services budget, but also has broader implications, and I suspect other delegates may too. And this is our only opportunity to do that. So I want to ask, what is the single largest line item in the budget? And if we put aside any just provincial flow-throughs, next slide, please. And the answer is it's actually infrastructure renewal. So not just infrastructure, but just renewing infrastructure. Okay, so if we look at our operating and our capital budgets, 1 out of every $6 is spent just to renew infrastructure. So it's like having to spend in our household 1 out of every $6 to fix our roof, but having to do that every year. Next slide, please. Here's an example of one that's near my home. I pass this every day out walking my dog, and it's been something to watch the progress take place over a few months. Now, it's the end product is great. We've got a beautiful new street with state-of-the-art facilities, but this one project costs the city $5 million, and this is for one city block. One city block cost $5 million for the renewal. That's an integrated sewer and road project. But if we think about across the entire city, you know, how much is this? What are the implications for this across the entire city? Next slide, please. And so we have the issue of what is our annual infrastructure deficit? And we know that there was a report that came out last year that said we have a $3 billion 10-year deficit in what is called other infrastructure. If we look at the asset management plans, it looks like for roads and sewers, we've got another $1.7 billion in deficit, although we'll find out more this year what that actual number is. So do we have a $5 billion deficit over 10 years? And if so, is that the equivalent of we have an annual infrastructure deficit of $500 million? Like this is a question I have for you. Next slide, please. Now, you're fiduciaries. You are here representing the best financial interests of the citizens of Ottawa. So as fiduciaries, I hope you're able to answer, like, what is our 10-year deficit, infrastructure deficit? But more importantly, what is our deficit by 2045, by 2055? I mean, we've got a lot of new neighborhoods that were built in the 1980s and 1990s that will be coming up for renewal around that time. And what is going to be the impact on taxpayers now? And I say this because there's decisions that we are making in this budget about new infrastructure, and we need to understand what will be the future implications of those. So there's close to $400 million in new infrastructure in this budget. What will be the future implications? Next slide, please. I'd just like to leave with 3 takeaways. A lot of new infrastructure relates to home building. We need to be building homes where the infrastructure already exists, where we're not expanding the urban boundary and creating new infrastructure. Number 2, we need to think long and hard about whether we can afford the cost of the Taywin development in the south of Ottawa, the cost today, as well as the cost for future generations. And then the third point is around Lansdowne. Can we really afford to spend over $500 million on a project that is unnecessary, a project which we will have actual spending for in this budget too, which deserves further scrutiny? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks, Neil, for the presentation. Just on the comments off of the top about where this falls in the agenda, I think it's something we all wrestle with. There's got to be a potential better way, and it's not the chair or other people. It's just, what do we do to maybe give people a heads up on some estimated times? And I know the clerk's office thinks about it too, but we've been having longer meetings, and then we have delegates that wait a long time as a result of it. And so I guess some questions back is, you know, what might be some options to give a better approximation of when, say, delegates might speak on particular items?
Sure. Well, look, the first thing is to actually distribute in advance to delegates the list of speakers so that we know where we are on the order. I actually requested that yesterday, and then I got no answer for that. And I spoke at Transit Committee a week or so ago, had made the same request and did get a response. So there's inconsistency among the committees. So that would be a first point, at least tell people where they are on the delegate list so we can sort of plan accordingly. But number two is if we're going to change the agenda, please communicate that in advance. I don't think that's an unreasonable request.
Yeah, and I think sometimes those happen on the fly and sometimes there's no one in advance. And in those cases in advance, good if we can get it up online. Just on the substance of the presentation, I guess in Toronto, they've kind of said, look, we don't know if we have a lot of money for big infrastructure projects. How much can we actually do new instead of just repairing what we've already got and maintaining what we've got? We've had a lot of big projects. You know, this council certainly has inherited some of those that are from last term and that are big capital expenditures. And we've been doing a lot of big projects, and I think we need to get back to getting the basics right, just getting the basic services delivered for people, keeping the lights on, and improving quality of life with low-cost investments. I guess, you know, what's your recommendation for us doing that, given the huge costs we've got on the horizon?
Yeah. Well, look, you mentioned Toronto, and if I remember correctly, Toronto have a 10-year infrastructure deficit of, I think it was $25 billion. And when Mayor Chow saw that, her reaction was, can we afford to build anything new? And that's the question we need to be asking. So we don't yet know what our 10-year number is. We'll find out later this year. When we do, I think the first question we need to ask is, can we afford to be building anything new? Now, there's obviously a few things that are necessary, but whenever there's existing infrastructure, we should be using that to its full capacity before we start building new infrastructure. And it's important to remember that in our city, much of the new infrastructure is related to homes. So we should be looking to build homes where there is existing infrastructure, and in particular on the surplus lands that are available within the existing urban boundary. There's plenty of land that the federal government, the municipal government have identified that we could be using for housing, and I believe we can meet all of our housing targets with those lands.
Thank you very much for that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Neil, for your presentation. One of the concerns that we have is that our capital deficit of aging infrastructure, and I'm just going to focus on a couple things, but recreation, our recreation facilities are aging out, and the issue is that you have newer stuff happening in the new suburban areas, but we're trying to, through our official plan, bring density to the core. And that means we should have new infrastructure, but it's not there. We don't have the capital ready. We don't have the money ready. One example is our Belltown Dome in our neighborhood is aged out. We knew a long time ago it would be aged out by now, but are the funds sitting there ready to do a renewal when ready? It's up in the air, and that's concerning, especially when there's going to be larger populations coming through intensification, and as we get that we need to keep for in that example it's ice pads, but in we do need those recreation facilities everywhere. We have one coming up tomorrow. It's planned for Queensview, which is great, but it's going to take at least 10 years. And we're falling behind. And the question is about reserves and how we plan for capital infrastructure.
Yeah, and so we've talked, you mentioned recreational facilities and the importance of those and other and parks and other green space, particularly when we have an intensification agenda. That point is very well taken. I think the problem right now is that we just do not have a plan as to how we're going to renew those facilities in order to support that intensification. That's something that we need, that as a council, I believe you need to come up with fairly quickly. And you mentioned the Belltown Dome. That's a very early example of hundreds of projects that are going to be coming on the horizon very quickly, both in terms of recreational facilities that are just at are getting to end of life, and we need to figure out how to provide those services. But perhaps equally importantly is all the roads and all the sewers in some of the inner suburban core of the city. That's what I really worry about. As that starts to crumble, how on earth are we going to afford that? So we need the infrastructure deficit numbers to come forward later this year, and then think about how we're going to fill that gap.
Thank you very much. Agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Neil. I just as a point of clarification for myself, you referenced a $5 million project for a road renewal.
Mm-hmm.
Are you suggesting that the city should not be improving projects? For instance, I'll give you the Elgin Street renewal. That cost $36 million. If we had left it as is, which was a car-centric major artery in the heart of our city, probably would have cost us a lot less, but we wouldn't have had the pedestrian access or any of these facilities that we now see. So is your suggestion that we leave, if we have to repair things, we do the very basic, even in areas like the core where we're seeing density and more people living?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, we recognize that we have to replace certain infrastructure facilities at a certain point. So we had to, for instance, with Elgin Street, we just had to avoid, quite frankly, to avoid a potential catastrophic outcome. I mean, which we've seen, by the way, in Montreal. We saw it in Calgary both this year, where water mains burst and just aging infrastructure that was never replaced, wasn't maintained. And they had to deal with those on an emergency basis, which probably ended up being much more costly, not to mention all of the consequences. But when we renew infrastructure, just to be clear, and thanks for the question, what we should do is we should make it up to current standards. And our current standards, whatever they are, will often support the amenities that you're talking about. More certainly in a dense urban area, more pedestrian access, probably bike facilities when possible. So we should be rebuilding to the current state of best practice.
Okay. So where does return on investment come in? And I'm just trying to understand. I am the first person to say aging infrastructure absolutely needs to be renewed. In Orleans, West Innis, we have a myriad of infrastructure pieces that are aging out, and we need to invest in them. But I'm trying to think on the big picture. Once again, for instance, you mentioned, say, Lansdowne. You know, I'm going to give the wrong number here, but it's about $400 million. If we invest in it, it's also about $400 million. If we don't invest in it, it falls apart. It's a city asset. The return on investment to see renewed life in this facility for all city users to use it, plus residents that will then be moved in to add density, additional opportunities with bringing in entertainment. Like the return on investment over time brings more value to the initial investment. So I'm just trying to tease that out a bit. And then that's my last question too. Thank you.
So look, on the specific issue of Lansdowne, you mentioned over 400. I think the number is probably closer to 500, at least according to the Auditor General. But you mentioned that would be roughly the same as essentially the cost of doing nothing. That was the analysis that was put forward in this city staff report. It's not analysis that I would agree with. It includes the costs of operating the facility as if there were no private partner there, as if there were no sports teams there. It's quite frank, and assuming COVID level attendance numbers. So it's not a particularly realistic assumption. If we look at the cost of the facility at Lansdowne, we have a city consultants report by Morrison Hirschfield that says it will cost $40 million to maintain that facility for 40 years. So we can maintain the facility as it is. Now, it's not state-of-the-art by any means. We all understand that. But we can maintain that current facility as it is for about $1 million a year. And I think that given the fiscal situation we're in, that would make for a much more compelling case than to make a major investment at this point.
Okay. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Next up is Laura Blanchette. Good afternoon, welcome.
Hello. Hello, my name is Laura Blanchette. I'm a resident of Kitchissippi Ward. This is my first time delegating at committee, and I'm glad to be here and to have my voice heard to contribute to the budget discussion. I'll speak about a few issues today. The first is that I'm incredibly frustrated to see fare increases included in the 2025 budget. Fare increases put significant financial pressure on students, seniors, and low-income residents. If the city wants to improve affordability, as you say, transit should be covered by a levy, not by fare increases. Affordable transit should be a priority. Fare increases also push users away from public transit. Increasing fares goes directly against the city's own commitments in the financial plan. As you know, one of the 5 strategic directions outlined in the official plan is that by 2046, the majority of trips in the city will be made by sustainable transportation. I don't understand how the city council could justify a fare increase when its own official plan commits to sustainability and affordability. I also know this was discussed at length during the transit committee, and I'm incredibly disappointed that fare increases are still on the table. I would have spoken at that committee meeting and added my voice to the crowd, but I wasn't able to attend, and that leads to my next point. The budget process is not accessible or inviting for most Ottawa residents. When Budget 2025 was tabled in November, Councillor Menard suggested that the city should start public consultation on the budget in the spring, and I wholeheartedly agree. The current process is not accessible, it's complicated, confusing, and much too short. Residents don't have time to read and digest the draft budget, let alone contribute to the discussion. Committee meetings take place during the day when many residents are working, even just asking my friends, and several told me that they would have loved to speak at committee, but can't make it work with their schedule. With the short turnaround and complicated process, it gives the impression that most budget decisions are made behind closed doors. If consultations started earlier in the year, taxpayers would be better prepared to contribute and have a voice in how our money is being used within the city. Before my time is up, I also want to express my frustration that the Ottawa Police Service is receiving such a significant budget this year, especially given the current arrests of peaceful protesters at pro-Palestinian demonstrations. The city and OPS should really consider the detrimental effects of criminalizing protesters. We have a right to free speech and a right to demonstrate. Our tax dollars should not be going towards a police force that suppresses our rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks for being here and for delegating for your first time in this large room. I just wanted to ask you about the budget process, and I think staff have been open and willing to adjust that process. And certainly after the last election, a lot of people talked about that consultation piece. One of the things that I've been thinking about is the type of questions and what format that takes in March and April. Because ideally, I think we'd like to hear from residents of what's working well now, what's not working so well, what are your priorities at that time, and then to see some of that feedback reflected in what gets created. Our staff are very good at what they do in terms of providing presentations, technical updates at those information sessions in November, and I think that's a positive, and we don't want to lose that portion. But to the piece that you're speaking about in terms of being better consulted and having that feedback reflected, are there some areas that you wanted to highlight that could help if we did do something, say starting in March or April, which I intend to bring a direction or motion for that discussion at our committee of the whole debate?
I think it's important to have in-person and like Zoom sorts of opportunities. I did go to Councillor Leaper's budget committee meeting on Zoom, and it was interesting, but I didn't feel like it was an opportunity for residents to add anything to the budget. I think having meetings and also responses to emails, having some sort of recognition that the budget that we were seen that was drafted in November. Like, I have no idea what this like actual public said and how that was funneled into that budget. It's not clear to me at all. It seems it was made just on a whim based on political decisions that some people on council and that the mayor already have, rather than reflecting what the public wants.
Well, I certainly going to be making sure that we have this discussion at a committee of the whole, and I'm hopeful that we can get an earlier process started where that feedback on several of those issues can be heard early, and then help staff to, you know, craft the budget that residents like you are paying for. So thank you for the feedback.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next is Robin Brown. I don't think he's here anymore.
I am on
are you online?
virtually.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
How's my audio?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. So regarding the 2025 draft budget document before you today, I'm here to ask you to reject the proposed 2.9% or more than $16 million increase to the police budget it contains. And here's why. The coroner's inquest into Abdi Rahman Abdi's 2016 death following his arrest by Ottawa police is currently underway, 8 years after Abdi died. As the aim of the inquest is to prevent similar deaths in the future, the first question is, why did it take 8 years to have the legally mandated inquiry, and how many avoidable deaths have happened since Abdi died? I watched several days of the hearing, including testimony by people who were in the bridgehead the day Abdi was arrested, and the testimony of the arresting officers, David Ware and Daniel Monsignor. I also watched the video of Abdi's arrest twice. Two main things are apparent to me from what I saw and heard. The first is that Abdi's death could have been avoided, and the second is that the changes made in the last 8 years won't prevent similar deaths in the future, which is the point of the whole inquest. Abdi's death could have been avoided if there had been a truly non-police mental health crisis response system people could have called, but there wasn't, so people called the police. From Abdi's actions, it was clear he was having a severe mental health crisis. For his own safety and the safety of others, he needed to be helped, not arrested. But he didn't end up getting help, he ended up dead. And the changes made in the last 8 years won't prevent similar deaths in the future. This includes the new mental health crisis response system, Anchor, which I've heard is great, but it won't stop police from killing people having mental health crises because Anchor personnel will only be sent if the situation is, quote, non-violent. But people called the police on Abdi because he was grabbing women. Could someone in the future possibly consider such behavior by someone clearly having a mental health crisis, especially a Black man, violent? The answer to that question is literally one of life and death. Anchor won't stop deaths like Greg Ritchie, the Indigenous man with mental health issues who Ottawa police shot dead in 2019 after responding to 911 calls about a man who allegedly had a knife that turned out to be a ceremonial tomahawk. Anchor won't stop deaths like Anthony Oust, a young Black man with mental health issues who jumped to his death from his 12th floor apartment in October 2020 after heavily armed SWAT officers rushed into his home using a no-knock entry. And Anchor won't stop deaths like the one last June when the police got 911 calls at 2:11 p.m. about a man with a knife having a mental health crisis in the Byward Market and responded by shooting the man dead 2 minutes later at 2:13 p.m. People having mental health crises are going to keep dying because OPS officers are still going to respond to calls that are, quote, violent. That means officers like former OPS Constable David Ware, who was the first to interact with Abdi, will continue being the first to encounter people like Abdi, Greg Ritchie, and Anthony Oust. So how did Officer Ware treat Abdi? Was the way he treated Abdi an example of adequate and effective policing? Well, the first question would be, did he try to de-escalate the situation? At the inquiry, the lawyer for the Empowerment Council that supports mental health and addiction service users told Ware that some ways to de-escalate interactions with people having mental health crises are to ask them their name and tell them you're there to help. When she asked Ware if he had done any of those things, he said no, and that the first thing he said to Abdi was, face the window, put your hands on the wall. He also said, quote, my intention was to arrest him for criminal matters. I'm not engaged in de-escalation. I'm just trying to put him in handcuffs for all the assaults he did to the women in Bridgehead. I'm going to arrest him right away and put an end to this because he's done enough damage, unquote. isn't the assumption that people are innocent until proven guilty an essential part of providing adequate and effective policing? The draft budget you will vote on today recommends an increase of 2.9% over $60 million to the police budget, despite policing not being one of the city's council's 4 priorities, which Councilor Luloff correctly said that's your job to set. If you really want to ensure people having mental health crises end up getting help instead of getting killed, then vote against the police budget increase and vote for continuing to reimagine community safety by shifting money away from the Ottawa Police to things that actually respect people's human rights and keep us all safer. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for the delegation, Robin. My view is, Anchor has been successful. It's been necessary and has thus far been a very successful pilot, both at diverting calls and in helping people who need it. That said, it's not perfect, and no emergency service is. I guess the question that I have for you is, what is the suggestion for changes that could be made to further de-escalate and avoid tragic situations like the one you've been referring to?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question, Councilor Menard. The big picture in terms of just budget asks, obviously the whole idea is to move money away from the police budget to things like housing, transit, climate action. That's kind of the big picture. Specifically in terms of the mental health response. Implementing the recommendations that were in the report done by the 613-819 Black Hawk Commission, a report by Vivek, and that report recommended things like moving 911 away from the Ottawa Police. So doing things like that, that's one thing. But also specifically in terms of this idea of the violent thing. So the Toronto Community Crisis Service, which has been quite successful, their criteria is they'll only get stuff that calls that don't present a perceived or real risk of violence. Okay, so you could change to that, but then you got to think about things. Think about the Avenue situation, right? Call comes in. Again, does it present a perceived or real risk of violence? Some people might say yes, but in that case, I would suggest there you probably want to be looking at like a co-response, right? Where you send the cops and Anchor, right? Because if that had happened with Abdi, he probably actually all these people I mentioned, Greg Ritchie, all those folks, I would at least there'd be a co-response in those situations were probably, well, hopefully lead to them being alive. So those would be some suggestions there.
Thank you very much for that and the feedback. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next up is Carolyn McKenzie from Glebe Community Association, who I believe is online. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just before I begin, I also want to echo the earlier comments about the changing of the agenda, the switching around. I've been here since 9:30 this morning. Unfortunately, I'm now at an airport departure lounge, so I think this is going to be probably very difficult as a delegation. And I think that we need to better prioritize things and to think about how to remove and not create barriers for delegations. So if I can start my time now, please. The GCA understands that the city is in a huge financial crisis. It's an understatement to say there's significant pressure on the 2025 budget. Among many issues, it obviously includes still a $36 million placeholder for transit. It continues to access reserve funds to fill gaps, funds intended to cover unexpected expenditures like the Toretto cleanup, funds that are now expected to drop to very minimum levels that staff recommends city hold, leaving little room for future years. But it also seems that we face a looming infrastructure crisis. Perhaps we just haven't declared it yet. All told, the city appears to face an infrastructure capital asset financing deficit, as I think Neil alluded to or spoke of earlier, of at least 4.7 billion, or which looks like about $470 million each year for the next 10 years. That's enormous. And my question is, how are we going to pay for all this? With so many other critical needs, looks like the closure of the Belltown Arena with no plan to replace it is really just possibly the tip of the iceberg or the canary in the coal mine. Councillor Dudas, I will say, wrote bravely about this issue in a recent newsletter. To quote, staff provided an update to council recently
about what, and this was this committee, about what infrastructure maintenance and upgrades are projected to be required in the next 10 years. They painted a grim picture. Grim is an understatement. This funding is not theoretical, nor is it work that can be eternally delayed. This is simply about maintaining existing facilities, end quote. So city staff are to present, as I understand it, financing options to address these huge deficits identified, but not until the middle of next year. Now, it's hard to imagine that easy solutions exist. A property tax increase of almost 25%, unimaginable. More user fees, slashing of services, more neglected potholes. None of those are exactly palatable, but it seems clear that any funds received from senior levels of government won't be enough to cover the budget gap. We must spend wisely now. Looks to me like every penny will count. This context is critical for council to consider as choices are made about what to fund in this budget. The mayor has already said that next year's budget, the 2026 year, will have hard choices, implying that as difficult as these discussions are today, 2025 budget discussions are just the beginning. But are the alarm bells ringing loudly enough? I think a reasonable conclusion is that we need to take all steps possible now to mitigate the negative impacts of this budget pressure on services to residents going forward. The GCA asks that the city freeze or pause spending on Lansdowne 2.0 until a clear path to address these huge budget gaps now and for the foreseeable future has been identified. Last year, we put 1.3 million in a reserve fund to cover future Lansdowne 2.0 debt. In 2025, the city will add another 2.6 million and spend another roughly $12 million in project costs. I say roughly because it's not actually transparent in the budget, although we're trying to get real numbers. These funds would more than cover the proposed hike to transit fares for seniors and youth in this budget, or any number of other critical priorities that we're not able to fund. We've heard a lot in budget discussions about residents pushing back on even the smallest of additional tax hikes. So it's pretty hard to imagine prioritizing $12 to $20 million every year for the next decade, if not longer, as that is what Lansdowne will cost. That will just put more pressure on tax rates and taxpayers. Lansdowne is not critical infrastructure like transit or stormwater, or much needed renewals to parks and rec facilities that all residents can benefit from. A brand new arena and Northside stands at Lansdowne will not benefit all residents, just those who pay for tickets to attend. Asking residents if they want these new facilities is obviously going to get a yes in isolation from any other considerations. But do residents actually know the trade-offs they make by saying yes to this? The responsible question they should be asked is, are you willing to sacrifice investments in your community to pay for it? This project has not received final approval. Planned spending should be reallocated to urgent and immediate budget needs. Council can and should take this step now. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you, Carolyn, for your delegation. Certainly, I've asked staff for the total amount that's been spent on Lansdowne 2.0 to date, and staff have been transparent in saying that I believe we're over 22 million in approved spending, and that a large portion of that from last term and into this term has been spent. Now, I can get clarity certainly from staff at the questions, but I believe that's the level we're at right now based on the debt authority that has already been approved, even though the project has not yet been fully approved by council. Carolyn, I did want to ask you about alternatives here, because yes, $500 million, potentially a lot more at Lansdowne, and a lot of sunk costs. The issue is that I'm not hearing a lot of positivity from people like sports fans, from parks goers, from people who care about finances at the city. We're hearing a lot of negativity actually about the actual plan in front of us. There's not a lot of improvement for people. It's a lot of going back in time. So wouldn't it be a better plan for Lansdowne, given that staff have repeatedly confirmed that the buildings at Lansdowne could be maintained for decades to come, they're not falling over. They can be maintained. Wouldn't it be a better plan to invest in a minimal way, to invest in more accessibility in the north side stands and on the ground at Lansdowne, like accessible parking, to improve the Achilles heel at Lansdowne, like the transportation, and to incorporate and bring in the canal and those public events that have been bringing more and more people in? A small amount of investment could get those things done instead of this colossal $500 million investment that we're talking about right now that people are not satisfied with in Ottawa. Wouldn't there be a better plan in that way in your mind?
I absolutely agree with that. I don't think anyone wants to get us sidetracked onto a detailed discussion about other potential options. Obviously, today is not the venue for that. But I cannot see how we can continue with the financial crisis that we're in now, and we're hardly having, I mean, what I've talked about, what I see in the capital asset plans and the report that's to come to council and to this committee middle of next year. I don't know. And as Olivia Chow was astounded when she got a similar report in Toronto, and I think Neil spoke about that, or you spoke about that earlier. You know, there are, it seems, I don't see how this is not a looming financial issue that will just have very significant, and I don't want to be so, ridiculously alarmist about this, but it seems like we are facing an enormous issue here, and we're barely talking about it. And as I said, I found that I read Councillor Dudas's newsletter. I saw that she was writing about it and highlighting it to her residents. In that newsletter, Councillor Dudas, I hope she spoke about the recreational facilities and the deficit of 328 million, which is absolutely true. It's actually but it's also true that it's less than 10% of the deficit that we face. So, but nonetheless, I think that was brave of her because to get, to try and advance the discussion and to sensitize residents to what we face as a city. I don't see how we can take on Lansdowne, and I think we absolutely need to look at other solutions for the time being, until such time as we can afford a brand new shiny toy, the arena and facilities. I don't see how we can do anything other than looking at options much less costly to try and make some changes to continue to maintain, as the engineering reports have said we can do, maintain the facilities and to look very creatively, much more creatively than I think we have done to date, at options for how we can turn things around at Lansdowne.
I appreciate that. And, I think these private sector mega projects are really hurting our city right now. We're seeing that examples over and over again with these multi-billion-dollar deals. And we really need to stop and focus on quality service, inexpensive quality of life services. So appreciate your delegation.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the delegation, Carolyn. In terms of the infrastructure deficit that you're referring to, I mean, I represent a suburban ward, so I live this day and night with, the horizontal growth that we're experiencing. And certainly firsthand, I can tell you that infrastructure investment is expensive in order to build the greenfield. But the alternative is to build vertically in the downtown core and on transit hubs. And it would strike me that when we look at Lansdowne, we're looking at precisely the type of site that you're referring to when we're talking about vertical development. So would you have comment to that? Because, in terms of where is there existing infrastructure, there's existing infrastructure on that site.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. Sorry, there's an announcement going on in the background. I assume you can hear it just as well as I can, so.
I don't want you to miss your flight, Carolyn.
No, I've got a little bit of time, but I know it's a really important question that you asked. And I think Neil alluded to it earlier. We need to make use of existing infrastructure in this city. The analogy that I would use would be to say, if you had a manufacturing plant and you were only using 50% of the capacity, suddenly you've got a very large new order for more, equivalent to housing demand. Would you build a new manufacturing plant right next door and use that? Would you use the existing capacity that you have today? I think you would use the existing capacity that you have today as much as you absolutely could before spending money on additional infrastructure. It's a really simple analogy, but I think it's relevant. So yes, we need to be looking at every opportunity we can to use that existing infrastructure so that we can focus the resources that we have on renewal of existing infrastructure. So yes, that means building up and density around hubs and transit zones, but it also means, and our comprehensive zoning bylaw is going to be a review, is going to be a very important part of saying, how do we build density, not just at hubs, although that's very important, but also within our neighborhoods in a way that will fit into those neighborhoods. So I think those are both really important things, but I don't see how we can afford to keep extending our infrastructure and building out. Yes, we have to build up. We also have to fill in and make best use of the available land that we have.
Thank you, Carolyn. In terms of, the comment on spending our money wisely today, a concern that I would have is when we look at, last year's construction inflation costs, it went up 7.1%. The year prior to that, we were up 12.5%. My concern would be any further delays in this process will in fact do the opposite. It will cost us more. I guess the last comment that I would have, Carolyn, for you to speak to is when I've heard from the business community in Ottawa. So I know they delegated, at the fulsome debate that we had last year on Lansdowne, we heard the Ottawa Board of Trade, we heard Invest Ottawa, we heard the Glebe Community Association, we heard the Bank Street Community Association. We heard, from the business communities talking about the second order economic impacts that will come to the city of Ottawa through drawing in young professionals, through giving an opportunity for people to come to the city of Ottawa to have a rallying call for them to want to be in this city. And I don't know that I heard that in your delegation. So I appreciate that there is a sticker shock to, some of the costs that go with the outset. But I think that there's a need to aptly underscore the right side of the balance sheet on that. Would you have a comment to that, Carolyn?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I am very much in favor of I was going to say I'm very much in favor of economic development. I understand. I come from a business background, infrastructure development. So I understand all that, and I do think that's important. But I don't think that throwing huge amounts of money at a project like this is the answer. That's not necessarily the easy thing is to throw a lot of money at a big problem and say, well, this is how we'll solve it. But I think, and I've talked about this at length, a number of times, including in November of last year. This project has such significant cost to the city. It will be building in. I mean, there's been talk about how Ottawa, we now have these structural deficits represented by the huge debt of the LRT. It's not like we just had a bad year. And we have a huge budget deficit as a result. We now have these structural deficits baked in to our budget. There are things that we just can't avoid. Going ahead with Lansdowne will continue to bake in a huge debt component that we will be on the hook for no matter what. And there are considerable, in my view, financial risks associated with this project. And I've talked about the risks around the retail leasing, which are even more so. I would strongly suggest, given the prospects, the good prospects, the positive prospects of the NHL team and the Senators team moving to a downtown location. And a sports and entertainment organization being, grown up around that, it will directly compete with Lansdowne. And Lansdowne having one leg tied behind, one arm, tied behind his back because it's not supported by the LRT. So that to me screams of a risk of a white elephant.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll let you catch your flight. I'm just going to remind councillors that we have 12 or 13 more delegations, and I'd like as much as possible. I want to strike the right balance here and give people the opportunity to comment on anything they feel so inclined to, but we are not debating Lansdowne today. We're not debating the police budget today. We're debating the financing and corporate services budget. So let's try to keep our focus on that as we move forward. Next up is Adriano Alasia. Is that online or in person? Adriano Alasia? No? Okay, we'll move next to Marie Piper. Marie Piper. Okay, we'll move to Maya Papineau. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. Go ahead.
Everyone can hear me? Thank you. Before I start my main prepared comments, I want to echo that the already mentioned scheduling changes have made this meeting inaccessible for many, likely, including myself. I have a sick child at home, and so I likely will not be able to stay on beyond the time of my prepared comments. So hi, everyone. Thanks for your time. My name is Maya Papineau. I'm an economics professor here in Ottawa, and I've been a resident and homeowner both in Westboro and the Golden Triangle in Ottawa since 2006. I'm also a mother of 2 school-aged children that attend public school in downtown Ottawa. I'd like to speak to the draft 2025 operating and capital budgets for the City of Ottawa, and my comments are within the purview of FinCo since they directly speak to payroll and benefits spending. The draft budget includes a 2.9% or $16 million requested increase for the Ottawa Police Services for 2025. And there are forecasted increases for the police levy stated by OPS that include a 10.6% increase for 2026, 8.4% increase for 2027, and 7.5% increase for 2028. The professed reasons given for these increased policing needs are contradictory based on the OPS's own reports, which note a 6.6% decrease in violent crime and a slight decrease in crimes driven by hate or bias. My motivation to speak out against this unsubstantiated request for more policing funds, including new policing staff, stems from several concerning events I have personally witnessed in the city over the past few weeks. Since early this year, I have regularly attended peaceful anti-genocide marches that have been taking place downtown every week for over a year. Up until recently, I've noticed the police presence at the marches without giving them much thought. This all changed for me on November 18th, an evening where I personally witnessed 4 marchers get violently arrested for no justifiable reason other than they were marching just as we have all been for months on end. That evening, I saw a 2- to 3-fold increase in the police presence at our protest before the arrests began, which made me and many others I spoke with feel uneasy and unsafe. I observed a significant lack of professionalism in addition to the uncalled for violence, including 3 officers smiling at each other and smirking as protesters were trying to document violations to our right of free assembly. The pattern of undisciplined behavior and lack of competence by the OPS and OPP was compounded on Saturday, November 23rd, when officers came out in even larger numbers, I counted well over 100, and gave conflicting instructions throughout the weekend march. This march included several children and elderly people, I will note, as has been the case for months. Instructions from the police repeatedly changed throughout the march, and an Indigenous young person was arrested that afternoon for not following yet another changed instruction, which was given for no apparent reason. I want to be clear. I have never, in my 45 years, seen such incompetence and lack of professionalism by the police. A basic tenet in the field of economics is the concept of opportunity cost. Money spent in one place cannot be spent elsewhere. Yet money is also fungible, meaning overspending in one area can easily be diverted to other more valuable sectors. Our hard-earned tax dollars, of which I have contributed well over 6 figures to this city in my lifetime, will be better spent keeping us safe by shifting the planned OPS budget and planned future increases towards traffic calming, transit, mental health, and housing services. For example, There is a $120 million shortfall in the transit budget that's being passed on to consumers, and the seniors' monthly transit pass cost is set to increase by 60%. I urge city managers to avoid these planned spending increases on police services, including overspending on 190,000 hours of overtime for spurious, quote, public safety justifications since September. Actions have consequences, and from my firsthand observations, I assure you the planned spending increases to the OPS will provide few valuable public services. Quite the contrary. The swarm of additional police I saw deployed over the past 2 weeks only caused fear, confusion, and violence perpetrated by the police.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll go next to Thomas Dedman. Thomas Dedman. Okay, next is Diana Hamden.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm speaking today as a resident of Orleans and a member of Labor for Palestine, a network of labor activists across Canada who stand in solidarity with the struggle of Palestinian workers and people. Today, I'd like to express our deep concerns in how this city is allocating its resources in the proposed budget and the misplaced priorities it reflects. So let's talk about the police budget first, including the increase in police services levy, which is within the scope of this committee. Over the past year, protests in solidarity for Palestinian liberation have been peaceful and mostly gone off without a hitch. But recently, as the previous delegation has said, we've been met with unnecessary police presence and brutality. I've attended many of these demonstrations. These were peaceful gatherings with people exercising their constitutional rights. Beyond being wasteful, this kind of over-policing creates fear and distrust in the very communities the police and the city claim to serve. Is this really the best use of taxpayer money? I don't think so. What's worse is that this increased funding contradicts the city's own community safety and well-being plan. That plan outlines a vision of safety rooted in prevention, support, and equity, not punishment and over-surveillance. The plan emphasizes addressing root causes of crime, like poverty, mental health challenges, and housing insecurity. But instead of following through on that vision, this budget continues to prioritize strategies that haven't worked and won't work. Mental health crises, for example, should be handled by trained professionals, not police. Officers are being sent into situations they're not trained for, and it's leading to bad outcomes for both residents and officers. The community safety and well-being plan calls for mental health professionals and social workers to take the lead here, not the police. But rather than investing in those kinds of services, we're seeing more money being funneled into enforcement. It's so frustrating because we know there are better ways. Cities like Toronto are successfully piloting mental health crisis teams, yet Ottawa's continuing to double down on enforcement strategies. Meanwhile, Ottawa faces a housing crisis. People can't afford to live here. Shelters are overcapacity, yet there's no significant investment in affordable housing. I mean, homelessness is one of the biggest contributors to crime. If we don't address housing, we're just going to see these issues continue to grow, and no amount of police funding is going to fix that. Like, this is crime prevention 101. Instead of funding for more police officers and equipment, which are likely to be used to enforce laws that disproportionately affect marginalized populations, the city should be investing in the prevention of crime through social services as per your priorities. Our transit system is another glaring issue. Ottawa has one of the most expensive transit systems in the country, yet services are inconsistent at best. I can't count the number of times I've been stuck on the LRT, which is really inconvenient. But for low-income residents, for seniors, for students, this isn't just an inconvenience. It's a barrier to living their lives. Our transit system is unreliable, unaffordable, and failing the residents who need it most. Fixing transit is critical to building a safer, more equitable city. But again, this budget doesn't reflect this priority. Furthermore, administrative costs in some city departments are ballooning. And I understand that internal operations are important, but it's hard to stomach these increases when critical services like libraries, recreation programs, and public health aren't seeing comparable investments. This proposed budget doesn't reflect the needs of our community or align with the goals of the city's community safety and well-being plan. It risks perpetuating cycles of over-policing, systemic discrimination, and neglecting the necessary social services this city needs. Therefore, I urge this committee to reconsider the proposed budget increase for Ottawa Police Services and to reallocate resources to services that truly prevent crime and address its root causes. This budget it doesn't feel like it's for us, the residents of this city, especially those who are struggling the most. Instead of investing in prevention or community care, we're sinking more money into policing and bureaucracy. And I'll close off with this. A budget isn't just a set of numbers. It's a reflection of our values. And right now, this budget says we value punishment over prevention, enforcement over equity. That's not the Ottawa I want to live in, and we deserve better. And I also want to reiterate what previous delegations have said about these budget discussions not being accessible and having to wait over 3 hours to speak is really difficult. I mean, we all have jobs and we can't take days off just to be able to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move next to Sophia Chowdhury Schlisting.
Chair and councillors for your time. Over the past few weeks, I've been fortunate to have time to speak at a number of committees about my concerns with the proposed budget's reliance on over-policing, particularly the 2.9% increase to the police levy. Today, what I want to emphasize to this committee is that these concerns are not radical, nor should they be considered in isolation from other budget items. Rather, I am suggesting a peaceful and equitable approach to addressing residents' increased feelings of insecurity and discontent. I sympathize with many of the constituent concerns raised by several councillors in support for extended policing, such as vehicle theft, harassment, violent crime, and break-ins. These are serious harms that I too want to see mitigated, but I want to challenge the assumption that more funding for policing will address them effectively. The Ottawa Police Service already receives significant investment. Yet despite consecutive budget increases between 2019 and 2023, we have seen some troubling trends. Response times for calls have increased. The time officers spend on these calls has also grown. Public perception of OPS overstepping its authority remains high, with nearly half of surveyed residents expressing their concerns. These facts challenge the narrative that more money automatically leads to better safety. If years of investment in OPS's operating and capital budgets haven't resolved residents' concerns, why do we believe another increase will? Make no mistake, OPS is not asking for more money to serve our city better. They are capitalizing on residents' fear to secure resources that make their jobs easier, not the city safer. For every constable interacting with the public, you are likely to see at least 2 more idling in patrol cars on the curb. Constables loitering in large groups around the city does little to address the root causes of crime, but it does increase residents' feeling of insecurity. Addressing crime at its roots requires a shift in priorities. Investing in affordable, non-corporate housing, accessible transit, community health, and economic equity will do far more to reduce insecurity than expanding police budgets ever could. It is time for all councillors, not just those from marginalized communities, to take responsibility for building an equitable city. The working class in Ottawa is at a breaking point. Housing costs are skyrocketing. Residents are facing mass evictions, but most new units are limited to studios and 1-bedrooms that are inadequate for housing families. Those moving away from the core face the financial burden of car ownership because our transit system remains unaffordable and unreliable. Wages are stretched thin, and many residents live paycheck to paycheck, unable to afford healthcare, groceries, or medication. This is the context in which insecurity grows, not from a lack of police presence, but from the lack of care and resources to meet basic needs. I ask you to reflect on the intricate webs of care that allow us all to be here today. This goes beyond the traditional definition of care that may come to mind. Even if you drove yourself here, or made your own breakfast, and laundered the clothes that you are wearing today, you have been a lifelong recipient of care in the form of financial and temporal resources from your family, friends, the community, and the state. Holes in those webs cause marginalized residents to fall through, unseen and unsupported. The holes in this web often follow us from birth, meaning that the ability for an individual to redress harms alone is nearly impossible. When workers can't afford to replenish their health and well-being, insecurity increases. If someone must choose between paying rent and buying nutritious groceries, their health will deteriorate. When preventative healthcare is delayed or medications are unaffordable, situations worsen. These vulnerabilities can lead to homelessness and desperate measures, which policing alone cannot resolve. Declining an increase to the police budget is necessary for the city to signal its prioritizing of transit, social services, and non-corporate affordable housing. Investing in care, not surveillance, will make Ottawa a safer and more equitable city for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Sydney Holmes. Sydney Holmes. Okay, we'll move on to Steve Rose. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak, and thank you so much for hanging in here. Many of the members of this committee with whom my message was geared to have left or didn't show up today. And, you know, everybody's frustration about waiting so long and our day being ruined to speak, well, that's just a continuous overflow of a city that refuses to put the people first. And I know that there's a specific to this committee, but I'm using OC Transpo as a way to describe how inept this entire thing has become. My first statement is that the mayor here likes to blame PSAC for OC Transpo's troubles, that we built a transit system for the public service, but they aren't coming downtown, quote. That's pretty simple, isn't it, Mr. Mayor? Meanwhile, in October on CFRA, absent Councillor Tierney was asked about his own accountability, considering his 14 years sitting on the Transportation Commission. Councillor Tierney said there's a lot of legacy involved, that he questioned some of the staff recommendations in the past. That's his accountability. Sounds like cowardice to me, being completely unaccountable for not only OC Transpo debacle, but for many things in this city. You, sir, are the mayor. You are ultimately responsible. You are the top of this city. It is you who is ultimately responsible. Some leadership with a citizens first agenda would be nice. Showing some accountability would be nice. Showing some leadership would be nice. Thank goodness for the seniors of this town that clearly taught you a thing or two as you tried to raise their prices and take their free ridership away. This city is a mess due to your own aptitude and decades of it. It's not the passengers' fault that you punish us by raising prices. It's not the teenagers' fault, but they have to pay the adult price for a monthly pass. It's not the driver's fault or the union's fault, but they're exhausted and burnt out. And it's not the fault of the public service employees. That's just a cowardice cop-out. Shame on you. It's not the fault of the folks who refuse to use a sad OC Transpo service for obvious reasons. It is the fault of decades of city governments who refuse to accept accountability and make smart choices. So what could I suggest as a response? It would be nice if the city were to come to us, ordinary people, the regular folks who use the service or live in this city, regardless. I'm talking about OC Transpo. It doesn't have to be about that. It could be about the police services. It could be about anything. Create a permanent task force with ordinary citizens that know what the realities are, that have ideas, that have suggestions that go beyond whatever your education is, whatever your particular specifications are. Because what I realize or what I experience in my reality, you folks have no idea about. And one thing I would like to suggest as a mode of solidarity, Mayor Sutcliffe, you get a salary of over $200,000, almost $200,000 a year. What comes with that are the amazing transit benefits, transit allowances. Ms. Alacare, the head of OC Transpo, she makes over $300,000 a year and gets travel benefits. All of you get transit benefits. How many of you use OC Transpo? How many of you have sat on the bus when it's packed in the middle of a snowstorm? Or you lose your job. You lose your job because you're late for work too many times and won't get EI because the reason for losing your job doesn't wash. So you got to apply to Ottawa, to Ontario Works. So do you see? Do you see? And if and if the mayor was to show some leadership and take his transit benefits, take all of your transit benefits and all the transit benefits of the Transportation Commission and wipe them out. Show some solidarity to us beleaguered and fed up citizenry. Why do you think so many people aren't here to speak? Because they got tired of waiting. I saw you eating a meal a little earlier. I haven't eaten since I got here because I don't know when I'm going to get to speak. I'm starving. I hope you enjoyed what you're eating. So in closing, I would just like to beg all of you to hear this small little voice in this city of 1 million people and show some accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ashrakat Mostafa.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
I'm having trouble hearing in the chamber here, but
I can switch to this. Is this better?
that's better. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Great. Okay, so just before I get started, I do want to, can I actually just say a little comment before I get started, or? Okay, never mind then. Okay, hi everybody. I'm a student at the University of Ottawa, and today I am really concerned about the budget choices in our city, especially the increase in police funding. I do apologize if there's some noise. I am at a bus stop because I had to get going with my day. So as a student, the cost of living is overwhelming. Rent, groceries, bills, everything is insanely expensive. It's incredibly disappointing that amidst rising living costs and transit fare hikes, we are allocating even more funds to the Ottawa Police Service. Our city needs support, not policing. In times of crisis, we need resources, not cops. We need health centers, peer support systems, and community initiatives that address real issues, not more policing. Just last week, the students at the University of Ottawa held a peaceful sit-in at the RBC branch on campus, demanding that it be returned to the student lounge it once was. A group of police officers were almost immediately dispatched to campus, letting us know we would be arrested if we didn't move. One police officer said that the OPS, I guess, couldn't make it to a home invasion call because of the sit-in. Our students sitting peacefully studying in the lobby of an RBC on their campus, a bigger threat to our community safety than a home invasion. I guess that would be a question to OPS, but still. Over the past 2 weeks, I've attended 2 pro-Palestinian protests where the OPS's presence was, to be completely frank with you, beyond useless. To put into context, the protest usually lasts about 2 hours in the downtown area, and our community takes to the streets, most of these streets being 2 lanes. At a recent protest just 2 days ago, this Sunday, we were forced into using 1 lane of the street while OPS blocked the other. The police officers, I don't recall how many, maybe 30, the 8 or so cars needed to block the other lane. Every aspect of it was completely useless and a waste of money. The lane was blocked either way. Did it really need to be blocked by OPS as opposed to our community? Did that money need to be spent on OPS to block the other lane, making our crowd longer and blocking even more of downtown? This incident is one of the many ongoing repressive tactics employed by OPS to marginalized communities, not just our own. Over the past 2 weeks, 6 members of our community were arrested, with the majority belonging to marginalized groups. 2 young Black men, 1 Indigenous woman, and 2 individuals of Arab descent. Such actions only serve to heighten tensions between our community and other marginalized communities and the police. Many community members view OPS as exhibiting racial bias and unwarranted aggression towards our community. And I would like to repeat that these arrests were made as our community took to the streets, as we always have for the past, over a year, and were charged with quote unquote mischief. Yet the protest just 2 days ago was not quote unquote mischief. Do we honestly need this many police officers at a peaceful protest that is mostly made up of families and young people that has been happening for over a year now? In addition to the blocking of the other lane, riot police was dispatched for seemingly, again, no reason. A group of about 15 to 20 riot police were waiting for us on Sussex Street. And once there was no reason to brutalize people, as I guess they deemed that day on Sunday it wasn't mischief, they decided, okay, I guess we're gonna head out now. And they simply walked off. I ask again, is this a good use of our money? Is this what the city needs right now? Riot police for a peaceful protest that has been happening weekly for over a year now. So in conclusion, additional funding to OPS is not only unnecessary, but an insult to our city's residents who are struggling more than ever right now. We need more investment in community resources for crises, more funding for communal spaces for our schools, for our community houses, and an affordable and functional transit system. We do not need more funds wasted on OPS to pay for an excessive and intimidating police presence in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go next to Alex Stratus.
Hi. Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address the Finance and Corporate Services Committee today. My name is Alex Stratus, and I serve as the Advocacy Commissioner for the University of Ottawa Students' Union, UOSU for short. I would like to mention before I begin my delegation and echo what people have been saying is that moving the item down the agenda was very disappointing for a lot of delegates. As you heard, some people were at bus stops, airport lounges now, and it disrupted a lot of our day when we were trying to just participate in the municipal process. Beyond that, I am here today to express my deep disappointment with the 2025 draft operating and capital budgets, which are set to be considered and most likely approved by council on December 11th. As a union representing 40,000 students, we are tasked with advocating for a diverse demographic across various economic and social backgrounds, yet we are often the last group to be consulted or in some cases completely excluded from crucial discussions. The issues this budget seeks to address, including housing, policing, and transit, disproportionately affect the very populations we represent. At the previous Transit Commission meeting, you may remember me, we raised concerns about OC Transpo's demand for an illegal 5% increase in the UPass fare, an issue that could have been avoided had there been consultations with the UOSU. This is particularly glaring considering the substantial revenue the city and OC Transpo derive from our contract. To reiterate from our previous delegation, last year alone, OC Transpo earned $19 million from the UPass agreement with U Ottawa. The lack of consultation becomes even more outrageous when we consider the extensions of the LRT wait times by 10 minutes during off-peak hours, a change implemented without any prior notice or consultation with the UOSU, despite its disproportionate impacts on our students. Our petition calling for the reversal of these changes has already gathered nearly 4,000 signatures, and students are unhappy, and this is just one issue regarding transit on the budget. This year, we also launched a housing caucus, and it's tasked with conducting a study on the state of student housing in Ottawa, particularly in the Sandy Hill area. This initiative will raise awareness of tenants' rights and address the exploitation students face in the housing market. With over 500 responses already collected and surveys, the results are confirming what we already know, which is students are being exploited. They are paying high in rent for substandard living conditions. We've read numerous stories already of landlords neglecting basic maintenance, refusing to fix plumbing, heating, or replace essential appliances like stoves, just to name a few examples, and students are too shy to confront them and too busy. Upon reviewing the draft budget, I was dismayed to find as well that despite community advocacy efforts that successfully increased the affordable housing budget to 30 million last year, it has now been slashed to 22.9 million, even after accounting for the funds raised for vacant unit tax, a policy community fought really hard for. Now, I imagine many of you will want copies of the study of the Housing Caucus when it is finalized in April. But the question must be asked, why were students never consulted in the first place when the budget directives were developed in September, when consultations took place between October and November? Why are students the very ones who will be most affected left out of the conversation? The Ottawa Police have been allocated a 2.9% increase in the property tax levy, with a 1.5% increase from assessment growth and additional funding, resulting, as we all know, an increase of $16.3 million, bringing their operating budget for $388.7 million. On November 25th and 26th, student activists on campus at the University of Ottawa held an anti-fossil fuels pro-Palestine sit-in at the RBC on campus branch. As you previously heard, on the first day, 6 officers arrived and stayed for about an hour, informing students that they could not make noises during the protest and will be charged with mischief if they continued. The students complied, they remained, and they left at 4:30 p.m. On the second day at 11 a.m., students held another silent sit-in, and within the hour, 2 officers arrived and immediately threatened to arrest every single student for mischief and trespass if they did not leave. A video of one officer went viral saying, "We couldn't go to a home invasion because we had to come here." These incidents underscore a critical point, not to mention Panda Game and the continuing over-policing, despite this being the 3rd consecutive year without destructive incidents. We continue to see this forward. So now, if the city continues to fail to be responsive, let alone proactive to student concerns, we will take matters into our own hands.
That's time, unfortunately. If you could just maybe quickly wrap up, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll just do a few more sentences. Thank you so much. But we will put matters into our own hands. We will see through to our commitments to audit student satisfaction with the UPass program, to voice student concerns about policing, and push the housing study for better policy changes that the city does not make. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Menard.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here and for your advocacy, and congratulations to you on your work, important work with students in the city of Ottawa who are post-secondary, about 1/8 of the population. So really appreciate your work here. On the UPass, there are 2 things were unrolled in the transit budget that were difficult and that were, I think, probably the January 1st timeline was a real issue, and that was around the UPass and the changes to 11 and 12-year-olds and through to 13 to 18-year-olds.
Yes.
Because that January 1st start date doesn't jive with either agreements that were having in place or some of the funding that OSTA receives and transportation authorities receive in year. And I know there's going to be work towards that point in the committee of the whole. So I just wanted to say your points aren't going unnoticed here. Today, we won't have motions on that today, but at committee of the whole on the 11th, there's going to be some motions addressing that very issue. And I think now we have a go forward plan on the negotiation and actual consultation of students and administrations for the UPass. On the UPass piece, I'm just wondering, is there more that needs to be done in the interim than what we've set out as a process? Are you satisfied with where that might be heading, or is there more that you're looking for on that end specifically?
Well, The problem as well with the negotiating process is that my understanding is you guys want the UPass agreement and what the 5% increase to be facilitated by September. Is that correct?
It's going to be discussions and negotiations in that interim timeline. I know our staff are saying September might be a better timeline for a implementation because a lot of the post-secondary schools are not ready to remit that, and they can't without agreement from students. And so we've written a letter to you saying, look, exercise your rights here, negotiate, make sure that you're involved in what you want out of the UPass, right?
My concern is that we can't even get it implemented in September. Even if we have discussions tomorrow, we would still have to put out an education campaign, get students really informed, get the vote in for the referendum, let students know that there is a referendum if we want a really good showing, because something like the UPass is so influential that if only like 2,000 students vote in this referendum, the next year it's gone, it'll cause a huge ruckus. So we want to really make sure we have enough time to facilitate it. So even putting it through in September would not even be feasible and reasonable for students.
Okay, that's really helpful feedback. The UPass is such an important program to the city. The last thing we want to see is it, I guess, chipped away at in a way that's, not reasonable for students. And it's already a high cost UPass, but it is very important for the city. So I appreciate that feedback. Sorry, do you want to add more?
I would like to add just like one more thing. If you would like to come to the negotiating table and offer as well, like better LRT times or like a guarantee of better service, we would be more than willing to negotiate with you. We just need a guarantee to our students that this increase will not come and they're still going to get experience bad transit shortfalls.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. There is some more work to be done about, because of the way the budget works on the January 1st implementation. But if you have an agreement, you have an agreement, and that can't just happen without agreements of those for post-secondary. So is that a hole that still has to be filled just with our very technical staff? I assume it is. So how are we going to fill that in the interim? And you're bang on about the negotiation piece, because some people want better opt-in options, better opt-out options, some facilitation of what works best for students. And I think in that case, we need to make sure that OC Transpo is talking directly with you and that people are happy with changes. And I think to avoid, say, a yay or nay on whether the UPass exists in the city, but what's the next step for it as a good bus pass for students in the future, and just appreciate your advocacy there. Just I want on the Panda game. So I understand your comments.
I had more to say, but I kind of ran out of time.
Yeah,
that was my bad.
You know what? Thanks for sticking with us all day today. It was a long day, and you stuck with us, and your advocacy made a difference. So on the Panda game, I think the big issue there has always been it's the events afterwards, free events. It's not a policing issue. It's not an enforcement issue, in my view. I don't know why I think we go a bit overboard on the amount police are charging to students association, to administrations like Carleton, University of Ottawa. They're actually charging a lot more money now for bylaw services, all that kind of thing. The big issue there is, let's make sure there's free and open events like they've done now. That has changed the game. It's been a lot better. The Sunday start time, the 12 o'clock, that has made a big difference, I think, and it's positive now. We don't want to see that massive over enforcement and cost increase with this, as I think was what you're pointing out. And you see that on game day, right? Like you really have to, it's a balance here. But so much of this problem in the first place was just like the free or potential programming after the game. And a lot of that has been taken care of, luckily. And I think we're in a much better place now as a city with the Panda game. But there's still some improvements, I think, as you're talking about around the amount of costs that are escalating for post-secondary institutions that they write to me about all the time. Carleton's in my ward, and I get it. Hey, Councillor,
I think we're getting a bit off
You're
topic
charging
here.
us twice as much for and fair enough, Mayor. I'll end my comments there and just want to say thanks for that advocacy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you very much, Mayor. And you did run out of time. I appreciate your comments to Transit Commission, so I'm not going to run through those again. And I'll assume that you delegated before Police Board last night, or at least some of your members did. So, but I just wanted to, because you ran out of time, this is the 129-page budget for which this committee is responsible.
Yes.
Do you have comments on it?
On its like
the Finance and Corporate Services Committee budget?
If it did not, my understanding was that there were directives here that were set out in Vinco in September, and then people adjusted on the budget throughout the year, and then now we're discussing that specifically. My understanding as well is the last opportunity that we could voice our dissent towards the budget. So I just tried to take advantage of that moment.
Okay.
If that's sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm disappointed today that the budget that we're dealing with, I haven't heard anything said at all about yet. So
yeah, I didn't have a lot of time to properly prepare and dissect through. It is exam season.
Yeah. And good luck with your exams.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again for coming to this committee. I remember seeing you last week and appreciate you coming in again today. I have 2 quick points. One is I chair the committee that oversees the Ottawa Bylaw Department. And I would like to offer you is if you have concerns you raised with housing conditions, that your members are experiencing poor housing conditions, whether it be off campus or even on campus, happy to sit down with you, with your local councillor as well, Councillor Plante, to have a discussion and talk about what options exist for moving that forward. So I'll just leave that with you. The other thing I'll raise just on the issue of transit, I'm glad the city manager is here. She was not present for the Transit Commission, but the letter that our post-secondary institutions received basically implies that on January 1st, the UPass rate will go up to 5%. And as what we heard clearly, this is without any discussion, without any negotiation. It is a breach of contract, and it's quite egregious to have received this letter without that type of discussion in advance. Quite frankly, it was a surprise. So I think there's going to be significant discussion about this matter when we debate the full budget on December 11th. So stay tuned. This is not over, and we will have some sort of final decision in just over a week. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming to the committee. Next up is Adam Arif. No? Okay. Aaron Lee. Aaron Lee. Okay. That is the list of delegations. So I'll open it up to members of the committee for questions to staff. Councillor Curry.
Okay, I'm just going to do one right now because I was not realizing that we were this quickly going to questions. So on page 22 of this section of the budget, there is a list of temporary FTEs by department by months held. And I just was hoping staff could just elaborate on that. For some reason, I can't figure out exactly what this means. This table summarizes FTE values for filled temporary positions by the length of time the position has been held, as well as by organizational structure. So you see at the end, total citywide, total FTE 1,327. What does that actually mean for us?
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, are you looking at the Finance and Corporate Services budget book on page?
Sorry, it is, oh, sorry, it's the FTE report. Sorry, I have my whole budget book for this committee, but it's actually the FTE report.
So, Mr. Mayor, that's not for today?
No, it's from November 13th. Sorry, you're not very prepared. But when we give a chart, just maybe you can make a comment. The FTEs, council has often asked, how many positions are we holding? We talked about in the service review working group, how many positions are we holding open for 6 months, 12 months, 2 years or more? And so I was thinking that that chart represented that. What does that represent, if you can think about now what I'm talking about?
So, Mr. Mayor, so in there we talk about FTE, which is a full-time equivalent. And then when we talk about temporary and term staff, I'll use the example of recreation and culture. So we typically have like 4 bodies from a full-time equivalent, but there could be 40, 50, 60, literally over 100 lifeguards, for instance, that would fill in to a full-time equivalent. So that when you look at the bigger number from a term perspective, that number is higher based on these are staff that could be working 1 shift, 2 shifts, 3 shifts a week. When you compare it to an FTE, we look at the number of hours per week to get that equivalent. If there's more questions, I can certainly follow up offline as well.
okay, I guess my question would be, we talked about making sure we weren't holding too many positions for too long, right? So even if we don't go with this particular chart, the concept of that, would you say that we are reducing that where we're holding positions for a long time in our budget as placeholders when, you know, we really could just delete that from the staff complement? Have we been doing some of that?
Mr. Mayor, I can confirm with committee that we in HR, we do a really good process in terms of working with all departments. We do an aging of all outstanding positions, and we make sure that we don't run positions. You know, we try and make sure that we kind of cap it below that 12 months ideally. Some positions are a little harder to fill. Some positions, there are scenarios where there's a full-time substantive position that's vacant that we may fund another initiative that comes up for a shorter duration, but we definitely look at an aging of all of our open vacancies.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, I'm sure you'll remember this conversation we were having, like when you have a position that's been sitting there open for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, I mean, the question has to be asked, why are we holding this? Clearly we're doing without, clearly we don't need this position if it's that long that it's been sitting open, or we can't find something, or we need somebody that would fill those qualifications, we need to do something different. So what I'm hearing is you're saying we are looking at reducing that. Okay, and then the second question I want to ask, and then I'm going to go back on the list because I have other questions, but on this topic, I've had the question from residents that a statement was made that we have a hiring freeze. And so then would you say though in this budget, then there are no new FTEs?
Mr. Mayor, there is new FTEs in this budget. In terms of the hiring freeze is there specifically for non-operational requirements. So obviously, you know, from core 24/7 staffing and obligations, if an individual retires, we need to backfill that as an example. So again, all the GMs are working together in terms of as a vacancy appears, you know, is it operationally required? Can we hold it and delay it? And we've had some good success with that over the past number of years. Throughout the pandemic, it was a core strategy that we used, and we garnished, you know, between $12 to $14 million of annual savings on an annual basis by just delaying some of those priorities.
Okay, that needs to be, I think, clearly explained to the community because it's a little bit tricky to understand. The other question on staffing, in any department in this city, have you ever performed what would be considered to be a zero-based budgeting ever? Is that anything the city has done for staffing?
Mr. Mayor, zero-based budgeting is a very onerous administrative task. When you look at the complexities of our service offerings and reviewing the service delivery standards that we're required to do, it's very challenging to apply that lens, you know, at a city structure like that. And the administrative burden alone would be significantly. And quite frankly, it would outweigh the benefit that you would get because I'm not convinced there would be a benefit just by adding the administrative complexities of that manual process. What I will say you know, on the other side of that equation is I think the service review framework, you know, complements that strategy even better because we don't just go in, and you've heard me say before, we don't go in and just allocate an arbitrary 2.9% across the board. We go through, if you go through all the budget documentations, you will see there's departments and service areas that are not increasing by 2.9. You will see that there's ones that are increasing by more than 2.9. So I think the service review framework, the continuous improvement culture that we have in the organization definitely is a better approach and strategy in terms of minimizing the administrative burden with a zero-based budgeting, because ultimately what you would be doing is every year would be going right back to the baseline and trying to figure out exactly what you need to deliver that service versus we do that throughout the year. All departments review their monthly spending on a month-by-month basis. We literally go line by line and we look at areas where we can kind of reduce spending or shift spending. So that's being done.
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to make a comment and I'm going to go back on the list for some other questions. But you know, the service review working group, councillors often ask, where is the work and explanation for that? If you ever wanted to send that out to your community as to where the savings are, you know, which would equal 10% of the property tax increase that we're not having because of the service review work, it is in document 7, okay, on page 35. So if anybody wants to pull that up, it's attached to this agenda. That's where it is, okay? I'll come back on the list for another question.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first start off with Hydro Ottawa dividends. What's projected for 2025? What are we anticipating finishing 2024 with? And what did we realize in 2023?
Mr. Mayor, so 20 million for all three. So effectively, we hold the budget at 20 million. If you recall, in 2021, 2022, there was a little bit of a shortfall in terms of their, the calculation, but they're required to maintain a baseline of 20 million. The impacts from the direct and some of the storms kind of reduced our overall net income, but we were able to maintain 20 million. At this point, that's the projection still for next year.
Excellent. Okay. What is the difference between revenues from Build Ottawa and revenues from the sale of surplus land?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Councillor, the revenues from Build Ottawa actually flow through Build Ottawa. So that group, and I'm going to say arm's length corporation for the city, and it's lands that the city is getting ready to dispose of. It goes through the process in terms of Build Ottawa taking it on, and then it's sold and revenues generated from that come back to the city less expenses. For the sale of surplus lands, that's lands that the city actually chooses to hold on to and sell. So it's two different revenue streams.
The latter being independent of Build Ottawa.
That's correct.
Okay, fair enough. With the Canada Post strike, are we anticipating, first of all, is there now an inability for invoices to be sent to registered vehicle owners who have been caught by a speed enforcement camera? And will this have any impact on the 2025 budget?
Mr. Mayor, at this point, yes, we can't obviously use Canada Post. At this point, it's hard to say whether it will impact because it depends on the duration of the strike and when that strike will be over.
Well, we're now into week 3. So let's say a ticket was issued on day 1 of the strike. That invoice hasn't been sent. There's a time period that the recipient has to reply to. How are those being treated now?
Mr. Mayor, at this point, they're kind of on hold. There is a duration in terms of when they can and cannot be sent out. We haven't reached that threshold yet, but we're certainly monitoring the situation closely.
Fair enough. A question I've asked before, and that is how we budget for lawsuits and legal matters, litigation. The one that's well known publicly is the taxi decision, which I don't think justice has rendered any monetary amount at this time. But whether it's foreseeable or not, how do we finance and then account for any type of payables in this regard?
Mr. Mayor, we do have a baseline in terms of what we have in terms of our budget, operating budget for legal claims, but something in the magnitude of like the taxi lawsuit, that's something that we don't budget for because we don't know what to budget for. When that final settlement comes out, we will be certainly back before council with the strategy, the financial strategy to address that.
Okay, budget estimates for the Trillium line. I asked a question at Transit last week and was told that the 2024 budget already had estimates there that it was going to open at some period, therefore it's carrying over into the 2025 budget. But I don't suppose there's an actual opening date that the estimates reflect that the estimate already for the full year includes the Trillium line being operational and running. Do you understand?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask you to repeat your question, the last part there?
So costs associated with the operation of the Trillium line, what date do we anticipate in the budget, within our budget estimate, that would be starting from?
In other words, are they in for the full year, right? Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Mr. Mayor, is that in this budget? That would be in the transit budget?
Yeah.
I'll get back to you because I don't want to give you a date that is in my head, but I'll confirm with Renee in terms of what that date is.
Sure, we're getting very close to the actual end of one calendar year and the start of another.
So, may I jump in here?
Sure.
Though, just to clarify, we're talking about the Trillium line. I think the Trillium line is in the budget for all of 2025, right?
Okay.
Yes.
The presumption
Yes.
is that the Trillium line would have been operating for all of 2025.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Okay. At the beginning of this term, there was direction given to investigate elected office budgets and remuneration. Can I have an update on where this study is and when council might get a report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The results of that third-party review will be brought back to council in January as part of the midterm governance review report.
Okay, very good. Okay, I've got other very minor questions, which I will not eat up committee time now. I'll follow up offline. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the only one I really want to focus in on is on page 85, the Service Ottawa, so 85 of the big book, which is the Service Ottawa budget. I just want to make sure I understand that because it looks like a substantial reduction in spending on certainly a critical area of spending. So I'll let you get to that.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, that's the, I'll call it the recalibration of the ASE revenue. So you've heard me talk about that in a couple other committees. So basically, you know, there was a delay in installing some of the cameras. The better outcome would be we're seeing driver behavior change. So we're actually seeing the revenue projections are coming down. So we're reducing the cost structure as well. So we don't staff up to a full volume of permanent staff. We actually have a complement of permanent and temporary staff as an example. So as the volumes kind of titter back and forth, we kind of adjust the temporary staff accordingly. And you'll see in this budget an adjustment to the revenue projections and the cost projections offsetting each other, as you've seen in a couple of the budgets where AAC kind of flows through.
So the offset that I see on the expenditures is in the material and services line. So that doesn't speak to staff, I don't think. So there's a $8 million reduction in material and services.
So, Mr. Mayor, on the materials and services line, you would see also professional services contract costs. So some of the costs that we incur in terms of the software would flow through that line, and some of the temporary staff could also flow through that line as well.
Okay, so how much was the software? Close to $8 million?
No, Mr. Mayor, I can get back to you on that one. No, the overall cost is not just software; it's the overall cost in terms of the processing costs, staffing costs. Those type of costs that we support out of the Service Ottawa on the POA side.
Okay, so the significantly reduced spending in the Service Ottawa area is virtually entirely due to a reduced amount of spending on the automated cameras.
Mr. Mayor, yes, if you look at page 87, that is exclusively driven by that.
Okay, so the 311 is not being reduced, service counters, that sort of stuff.
Mr. Mayor, we're actually adding a resource for 311.
I saw like you've got 100,000 for an addition there. Okay, thank you. That's great. And then the other page I wanted to look at was 109, I think. 109, the municipal accommodation tax. A small question. You're budgeting the same for the municipal accommodation tax as you did in 2024. It looks like in 2023 you may have clear, obvious reasons why that might have been lower. But are you not anticipating any increase in the municipal accommodation tax?
Even that budget on current projection. If you look at the forecast line, during our Q2 forecast, we were trending to be a little bit higher on a full year outlook, but the revised forecast for 2024
an additional $1 million or $2 million or $3 million, that might be revenue that we could allocate somewhere where we need some spending. But you feel it's most prudent to assume it's going to be the same.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Okay, so any increase in the municipal accommodation tax over what was forecast will go into general coffers and used to deal at year end with whatever issues pop up during the year.
Mr. Mayor, that revenue also goes back to Ottawa Tourism, so it's kind of a flow through.
Okay, so it's not available to us to spend on anything else. Right. Okay, those were my two questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Not sure that was two questions, but okay. Might have been 3 or 4. That's okay though. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Just a few questions on this budget. I think that Councillor Leeper kind of opened up my line of questioning around 301, that there is an increase of 1 FTE. I was just wondering if staff could comment whether this is enough and aligns to the increase in FTEs for bylaw enforcement officers. Are we going to be able to respond in a timely and efficient manner, noting that we've heard some concerns in the public about 311 responsiveness?
Mr. Mayor, so there's a couple of components there. Myself, I started off with the new director, Michelle Joannis, in terms of doing a little bit of a roadshow with each of you. What we've done in Q4 this year, we've established adding additional resources from a quality customer relationship perspective. So we're increasing our complement there. We're doing that within the existing resources that we have within the FCSD department. Right now, I can say that we do have 2 permanent vacancies and 4 temporary casual pool vacancies in 311. So we're continuing to ensure that we're at a full staff complement. So that, along with the additional resource, is definitely a step in the right direction. And we'll continue to monitor that as volumes or changes occur. We're looking at in terms of shifting resources to make sure we address that within our existing complement.
I appreciate that, because obviously we hear from the public that we want to ensure that there's more frontline responsiveness, and it's important that we invest there. As a corollary of that, I did have a few questions around BTSS and BSS, because of course, while administrative services are necessary, they don't often face the public. So, there was some concern from a delegation that we're seeing some growth in administration versus growth in frontline services. So I'm just wondering if you could outline how many people work under the umbrella of BTSS and BSS.
Mr. Mayor, so it kind of varies across the different departments. Typically, from a BSS structure, it typically is 22. When you add the T in the BSS, so the Business Technical Support Services, these are typically staff that will be supporting provincial legislative criteria, different training criteria. Like within my shop, I do a lot of compliance type audits across the organization with policies and procedures. So it varies from committee to committee. In terms of structure, in terms of, if you're really looking at the administrative side of the equation, in the presentation and when we tabled the budget, our overall administrative structure is at 4.7% overall. In the past, that number used to be just over 7%, then it kind of lagged around 5.3% for a number of years. So when you look at it from that lens, that would clearly articulate that we do have a very lean administrative structure. If you also refer to the transmittal report, the tabling report, there's a chart, FTE chart in there that kind of highlights the household growth and the population growth correlated to our FTE growth. So our FTE growth overall is 5 or 6% below household growth and population growth. So again, another metric that we're kind of adding into each budget cycle to kind of articulate in terms of metrics and performance indicators when you look at overall different dynamics of the structures.
Okay, so I guess you're saying that that's one of the key metrics that you use to warrant expansion of BTSS or BSS overlays in departments?
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. We always look at our administrative structure in terms of making sure we keep that as flat as possible, and there's no additional FTEs in this budget for the BTSS.
Okay, and there's no concerns that the overlap potentially between the two units, between BTSS and BSS, could lead to inefficiencies or redundancies, especially if both perform potentially similar functions?
Mr. Mayor, so a department would not have both. It would be either or. So a department would not have a BTSS and a BSS function. Typically, it's just one or the other.
Okay, I appreciate those answers, and I appreciate that we're trying to keep that ratio low. I know, our residents do expect, obviously, a lot more investment in frontline services than administration, and so I think it's always in line to ask questions as to how we're trying to reduce or find efficiencies with our back end operations versus the impact that the front line operations provide our residents. The last question I had concerned the water termination notice on page 45, and I've noted that that's going up 44.2%. I'm just wondering why this is going up. Is it because of legislative requirements or because of costs?
Mr. Mayor, so as part of the service review framework, one of the areas that we're looking at is the user fee structure. So the user fee, we're required to try and get to full cost recovery. It does vary across all the services across the city. So what you've seen in the last couple of budget cycles, and you see in this budget cycle and the upcoming budget cycles, is we're ensuring that we're moving closer to full cost recovery. And that's what that reflects, is the cost to provide that service.
Thank you. I appreciate those answers. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just on, and I hope I'm in order. If I'm not, it's all right. I'll ask somewhere else. But on the transit holes piece, and we've had discussions about it. If I'm out of order, I can go on other questions. But
yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the amount that's been left for federal and
on the
provincial
UPass
investment,
and the federal, yeah,
that's not technically on the agenda today, unfortunately. But
I can move on, and we can have a conversation after. On the in the budget here, the community improvement grants. So just there's line items in here, and I'm just how much are we budgeting yearly for these in the next little while? I'm just trying to look at the exact page number here. We're 58 no.
So there are 4 BIA grants. Are these the ones, Councillor, that you're referring to?
Yeah, the brownfield grants and any other community improvement grants.
So through the mayor, I can speak to the economic development grants, which are part of this budget. So annual BIA grant funding, it totals $340,000, and that's split between 4 programs. The vast majority of that funding goes to graffiti removal programs at $180,000, and then the remaining 160 is split between 3 other programs. The largest of the 3 remaining programs is mural and architectural design features. So really that community building, drawing out the unique features of the community, and rendering that space more vibrant and desirable for residents and tourists to visit and shop. And that particular budget, we're seeking an increase of $100,000 per year. It hasn't been increased in, I think, close to 15 years.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks for on the BIA side. On the I guess tax increment or tax grants that we're giving for brownfields, and I guess some of the affordable housing piece that we just discussed today. What are we subsidizing? Like, what are we budgeting for in this budget for those items?
Mr. Mayor, so there's nothing in this budget for that. If you're referring to the take that was there earlier, that will be featured in terms of foregone revenues as they come online up to that 50% threshold.
And then just in this budget, like we've previously approved these, right, past years. So some expenditure would come out of this budget for those offsets in terms of the taxes that would normally be owed that we're foregoing, right? So what is that located somewhere in this budget?
So, Mr. Mayor, no, that wouldn't be captured. So technically that would be kind of an offset in terms of, as opposed to your 1.5% growth as an example, that might not be fully realized in terms of what the actual component would be that we would carve off for that 20-year payback period.
Okay, so there's nowhere where we actually see, because so today we approved $50 million over several years for offsets to help those developers. So how would we normally account for that in a budget document? Like, where would we see that number? Or we just wouldn't see it because we're assuming there's more property tax from the development that comes in, so it's a wash?
Mr. Mayor, kind of. I mean, at the end of the day, it would flow through the actual side, but I mean, we would be reporting back in terms of that pilot project, and that's where we would capture the actual numbers that would kind of flow through the actual side.
Because I understand our real dollar taxes would be less because we're taking in less, so you're just assuming here's the total taxes that we're taking in. It'd be helpful to see those figures. Like, we've approved a lot in the past, and so how much have we approved? How much would we be getting had we not approved those, for example, because it is real money. So that just a flag for future years on the improvement grants. The gas tax fund. So are we getting a standard 2.5% increase on the gas tax fund from feds? Like we had
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yes.
2.5%. Okay. And back in the pandemic, there was a gas tax fund doubling. Did we just apply that to LRT debt, or where did that end up going? Because I know we were talking about where that might go in the future, and where did that end up going?
Mr. Mayor, I think you're referring to 2020, 2021. There was a one-time additional 59 million. We allocated that out through the 3 preceding years' budgets, 18 at a time, and that was allocated mainly across various infrastructure projects. I want to say roads, but I could certainly provide you the details because that would have been fully allocated through the previous 3 budgets.
Okay. The Hydro Ottawa dividend, Councillor Brockington asked about this, but we're not anticipating any dividend surplus territory in the near future. It's just the $20 million dividend.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Thanks for that. The municipal, PILTs. So I'm seeing an increase in PILTs in this budget, or a decrease, a significant decrease, excuse me, in PILTs in this budget. And I'm just wondering, obviously we've got the legal case ongoing, but there's a substantial decrease from 2023, 2024 through to 2025 that you've booked here. Where are we getting those estimate figures from?
So Mr. Mayor, just a little bit of clarification. When we get into the revenue side of the equation, the negative is a good thing. So the 8.196 million that you're seeing in the brackets, that's an increase to our revenue. So our PILT revenue is actually going up in 2025. And what that reflects is obviously as we increase the taxation on the 2.9 and the 8%, those institutions, that do pay the full fair share on assessment, that captures that increase on the tax side. The other bigger piece there as well is the airports. So the airport PILT is based on passenger volume. So throughout the pandemic, we reduced those budgets in the previous years, and now we're pretty much back to, I want to say close or back to pre-pandemic volumes, because the airport again is based on passenger volume, not an assessed value.
Yeah, no, and I know the brackets are a good thing under the revenue because it's funding coming into us, but I'm just seeing the 2023 actual PILTs, and this is an issue I think the mayor has raised, but the 2023 actual PILTs were 205 million. The 2024 PILTs, the actuals, budgeted forecast is 169 million. Massive decrease.
Is that partly because of the provincial
one? Yes, Mr. Mayor. So that would have been part of the one-time $35 million payment that we received in 2023.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Do you remember they topped us up basically because the federal government wasn't giving it to us. So that all appeared in one budget year instead of spread out over several.
No, that makes sense, and that's appreciated. We are seeing an increase in PILTs of, as you said, $8 million total. When is that settlement with or when is that court case supposed to be decided for PILTs?
Mr. Mayor, I wish I could say a definitive date, but it's still pending. It's out of my control, so it's whenever the courts decide to render a decision.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. The municipal accommodation tax, just the line items I just wanted to get clarity on them. And I'm talking about specifically on page 59. And then it goes into the, there's the revenue on 59, and then there's the expenditures, I believe, on the next page. So, and I'm running out of time here, but we budgeted initially for the municipal accommodation tax, 18 million to come in. The forecast in 2024 was 31 million, and we only budgeted that we were going to receive, I guess, 24 million in revenue. So much higher. In 2025, we're still just budgeting that 24 million. Is this kind of like a bit of a cushion that we're putting in here, or what's the reasoning that there was such a massive increase in the 2024?
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak to the first part, and Joseph, you can top me off if you want. So in 2023, the actuals, the 18.9, that was quite low again. Coming out of the pandemic, the hotel bookings, if you will, was quite low. The forecast of 31, I can tell you that we subsequently updated that forecast that it is to be on budget. We do our forecast in Q2, so coming into the June timeframe, what we were seeing in terms of predicting out for the rest of the year, we started to see a little bit of a spike in that revenue line. But the reality is it was more of a counterization thing. And now that we're kind of closer to the year end, we're pretty much forecasting to be on budget for that line item.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's time.
That's time.
If you want to.
People after me here? Okay.
We can go to Councillor Gower and then come back to you if you have more.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Gower?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions about the legal services budget on page 9. The first one is the ability to finish legal agreements for new developments in a timely way has been an issue for a couple of years or maybe more, and it's been a roadblock in some cases to housing approvals. Is there anything in this year's budget to help address that?
Mr. Mayor, no. We have been able to use the resources previously provided to staff up and to get to a level where those issues are being addressed.
So is it a case then where in previous years you weren't at full staffing and this year you're anticipating to be at full staff or closer to full staff?
That's correct. And it goes to the treasurer's comments about some of the scenarios with the FTEs previously.
Okay. And the other question I had, I noticed the line for materials and services from 2023 to 2025 has gone down significantly from 4.9 million to 1.6 million. That seems like a very good thing. Is there a particular area of savings you've been able to find in the operations there?
Mr. Mayor, I'll have to get back to the member on that particular issue. Some of that relates to some of the costs associated with some of the litigation matters that were more prominent previously than in subsequent years.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, yes, I can confirm that is the case. So sometimes when you go through the budget book, you will see the forecasted number higher than, or the actual number in some cases 2023, higher than the forecast for 24 or higher even in the budget that we're projecting for 2025. So again, it goes back to my earlier point, when the finance team sits down and reviews all the spending on a monthly basis, and then when we get into that deep dive budget build, we look at trends. So a one-time, one-year spike in a certain activity would not warrant a systemic issue. I'll call it a systemic issue to kind of add the next year's preceding budget. We kind of manage that over a little bit more of a trend line to ensure that it isn't a one-time item versus something that now becomes a pressure to the base, if you will.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. I'll go next to Councillor Luloff and then to the councillors who are doing a second round. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. Cyril, throughout the course of this year, yourself, the mayor, and several other councillors have been engaged in an activity looking for efficiency and savings. I've received quite a few emails from my residents asking how that's being realized in this budget. If you could just take a couple of moments just to walk us through those savings that have been identified.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. That's a great question because it goes back to as we start going through the budget build, we just don't earmark each dollar, each source. We look at it totally overall. And if you go through some of the examples in the budget and the service review efficiencies that we've been able to achieve, ultimately it helps us reinvest into core investments in other service areas. So I'll use Dan Chenier's shop as an example. There's a number of areas where we're actually bringing external janitorial services or programs inside or internally. So we yield some savings there. So it removes the pressure from the page. If you look at fleet services as another example, we're actually taking on more work from OPS. So we're actually providing $185K savings to OPS by bringing more of their services in-house. So all these are really a negative, so they're a cost reduction, which helps relieve the pressure in terms of other areas that we would have to increase either other sources or other areas to fund. So they kind of help offset the overall equation in terms of being able to balance the overall budget.
That's great. Would you be able to put like a dollar figure amount on what you've been able to find and maybe just kind of subcategorize it a little bit?
So Mr. Mayor, including this budget, that number is $207 million. In this budget is $54 million. Some of that is in the, if you look at fleet services, just give me a sec, I'll kind of bring up my table here that I have. Oh. So when we look at the facility services review, there's just over $700,000 there in terms of savings. And these are basically facilities that we're no longer using. If you look at fleet efficiencies, we have another $300,000 there in those. Facility operations efficiencies, that's a 3.2 million. So this is largely in Dan Chenier's shop, where a lot of that savings is coming from, again, being able to bring contracted services inside at a savings. Some of that savings is also more efficient utilities. So as we continue to implement retrofits and more efficient energy efficient things in our facilities, we yield some savings there. Prudent investor, that's a big one, just over $4 million. So as we move towards a prudent investment regime, that's going to allow us to generate more investment income in terms of our overall structure. Discretionary savings, $400K. Another item, insurance premiums. So this is another one to highlight. On an annual basis, we renew our contracts. So this is one in this budget where we're able to achieve just shy of $1.3 million through negotiating with our insurance providers because our premiums are coming down. And then, of course, when you look at our other colleagues, OPS, over $9 million worth of savings, transit, $33 million worth of savings.
Thanks for that. Good work to you and the team and my colleagues that worked on that. Truly appreciate it. Do we have any concern whatsoever that bringing some of those services that we've been contracting out in-house will lead to longer wait times? And I know that many, especially in Dan's shop, that team works very hard and often are overtaxed, leading to uncertain timing as to whether or not things like repairs to park equipment, to pathways and that sort of thing. So bringing some of these services in-house with a team that's already a bit overwhelmed, I think that we were using some of those contracted services as a pressure release valve. We don't have any concerns when it comes to our ability to deliver those services.
Mr. Mayor, in most of those cases, specifically in Dan's shop and even within my shop in fleet services, we're actually adding the FT support as well to do the work. So we're able to bring the resource inside, add the staff to do the work at a more affordable price. And the other thing that gives us there is, the non-financial component is it gives us a little bit more ability to do more predictive planning. So because we now, I don't want to say control the resource, but we now control, the component of doing the work, we can kind of improve our preventative maintenance and our preventative planning for that work.
Thanks, Cyril. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. So my first thing is just a comment. I'm glad to see the increase in the CISO, Office of the CISO budget. A significant increase, and based on the audit recommendations and based on the fact that we haven't had a CISO is good to see. We should all be very happy about that, I think. So that was my one comment. One of the questions I have is for the technology budget. So page 123 of this binder, it shows you the forecasted spending for 25, 26, 27, 28. What is our current 2024 spending when this is the particular one that's 91377 ITS managed? So not the technology infrastructure, but the other one below it. What's the 2024 number if the new authority is 19.6?
Mr. Mayor, I would have to fall back in terms of the actual spending to date is on that, but I can certainly get that to you this afternoon.
Okay, but would you say that this authority for 2025 is higher?
The authority is higher. So another thing too, for context, is when we come forward for authority, that spending will occur over multiple years because we need the authority to go in and procure, do the tendering process. So in some scenarios, most scenarios, a lot of the capital projects require contracting out services as an example, and that work may continue for 1, 2, 3 years, but we need the authority up front so we can kind of earmark that money so we're not short when we go into the second year. So that's why you see authority sometimes higher in the spending.
Yeah, great. That was sort of my next clarification. So that's perfect. And so then why is there a comment on why then in 2028 it drops to 5,846?
Mr. Mayor, yes, and this one specifically, so a lot of this budget increase, right, what you see here is for our SAP. So our SAP is our core enterprise resource system in the city. And that was first implemented back in the 2000, 2004 timeframe in terms of amalgamation. So what you're seeing now is basically we're at that point of refurbishment. So we need to do a renewal on that system. So that's why you're seeing a little bit of a spike over the next couple of years, and that's why it'll fall off in the future years after that.
Okay, great. Thanks for that explanation. So I was just going to direct a question specifically to the general manager's strategic initiatives. If you had to point to something in this budget that is one strategic initiative that would increase economic development, what would you point to?
Mr. Mayor, so to be fair, I wouldn't point to any one particular initiatives. This is a suite of programs that is intended to have incremental impacts. It's largely delivered through a suite of partners to have more impact throughout the city. Some of the key elements that are emerging are the nightlife economy action plan and some focus on that. There is also, as I mentioned earlier, some efforts to enhance, I guess, like place building of retail or main streets. So that would be a key focus, but it really is about the full piece coming together.
Okay, I was hoping you'd say this Canada North Special Economic District plan, but that's okay.
Mayor, that is a key activity, although it's not tied specifically to the budget.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so enterprise risk management, the topic of the day yesterday. So if you looked at a particular budget line item, I'm not sure who this is, that may be Wendy, but that would address some of the challenges we have with enterprise risk, where would you say the investment is in this particular budget for enterprise risk management?
Councillor, we're dealing with the pressures that we have with respect to enterprise risk management within the existing budget. So we're not looking for an increase. We have a team that's dedicated to that work. And they're going to deliver, as we talked about yesterday, the whole piece around the fraud risk assessment. And we're going to report back to committee and council with respect to that in February. So there's no additional ask here with respect to the enterprise risk management.
Okay, I would just point out that free for the taking is advice from Hydro Ottawa. And I have that confirmed. They'd be very happy to come in and share with you exactly what they're doing for their own enterprise risk management, and that would be free as a wholly owned, entity of the City of Ottawa. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Are there any LRT legal settlement funds in this city budget?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay. With regard to Lansdowne Park revitalization, I just want to get a sense, because we've approved an authority in the budget here on page 128 of $419 million. We've got contractual obligations. So of that 419, even though the project's not fully approved by council yet, how much has been spent and is under obligation to spend? It looks like we've expended 6 million and that there's another 12 million planned.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. That's was included in the work in progress report as part of the 25 draft budget. Those numbers were as of September, and as of today, total spend and commitments is around 20 million.
And if thanks for that, Isabel. If the authority needs to go up, say the Auditor General's report, or there's increases in costs here for the project, when would that happen? And would it just be on this, I suppose, this line item? Like, what are we waiting till Q4 2025 until there's potentially more debt authority for Lansdowne, or would you come back and request that earlier, despite the project not being approved yet?
So we have authority to spend 22 million. If we have to spend more than that, we would have to come back to council as part of the regular processes.
Okay. And right now, the vote for that Lansdowne is expected in Q4 2025. Is that accurate?
That's the plan.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that. Just the prudent investor status. So it looks like we're booking some more anticipated revenue as a result of the move over there, and I guess some of the investments that are being made by that board, which is good news. We're booking those now in anticipation of those funds coming in, unknown how the market will do. How are we able to do that, just given, I guess, is it that they're traditionally they've returned a greater percentage and that we're saying they're going to return a greater percentage? Just wondering how we can do that.
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. So, through other areas that have implemented the prudent investment strategies, we know it provides a bit more flexibility in terms of generating more investment income. So that's what we're kind of budgeting for in the latter half of 2025.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So on the draft operating and capital budgets then, is that, first of all, on the technical motion, is the technical motion carried? And then on the roadmap motion, is that carried? Thank you. Moving to item 9 on the agenda, there are no in-camera items. Are there any notices of motion? Any inquiries? Any other business? Motion to adjourn? Carried? Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.